Saxena, Associate Professor, Jaipuria School of Business. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the distinguished guests? I also welcome people from the marketing lobby, our reverend academicians, all the respected faculty members, and my dear young and budding managers. Thank you all for your benign presence. So before we proceed, let us remember and chant together about the Vedic goddess of knowledge and wisdom, Saraswati, and begin our event with the auspicious Saraswati Vandana and the virtual lighting of the lamp.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah.
Recording in progress.
Shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Now that's called an enlightening and perfect start to the event. We are delighted to introduce Dr. Tapan Kumar Nayak, Director, Jaipuria School of Business, who has a wide range and depth of experience in various facets of academia. He is an avid reader, researcher, and academician in the field of economics with more than 19 years of experience in teaching and research. Dr. Tapan holds a PhD in economics from IIT Roorkee and has published over 25 papers in journals of repute. He has also conducted and participated in over 50 national and international conclaves, seminars, MDP, FDP, and summits. He has been awarded with Distinguished Academic Leader of the Year 2018 and Rashtriya Shiksha Gaurav Puraskar 2017 by the Center for Education Growth and Research. I welcome you on board, sir, and would request you to kindly introduce the theme, Marketing Disruption in the Digital Era, with all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, IUC, for starting this magnificent session today here. Good morning to the august gathering. At the outset, I sincerely take this as my utter privilege and great honor to welcome Chief Guest, Ms. Nadia Louis, Head of Digital eCommerce, Asia, Oceania, Africa, Nestle Nutrition, Singapore. Keynote Speaker, Mr. Satya Upadhyaya, Vice President, Campaign Optimization, Marketing Capability and Change, Citibank, Australia. Chairman, Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, CCC Jaipuria. Guest of honor and panel expert, Mr. Ashish Patel, Managing Director, Morgan Franklin, Washington, USA. Dr. Mohanlal Agarwal, President, Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. Director, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Dr. Devendra Narak. Distinguished expert panelists of Panel 1 and Panel 2. Other distinguished delegates, participants from various other institutions and corporates, faculty members, and students to this one-day international marketing conclave of Jaipuria School of Business, Ghaziabad, in association with Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. On marketing disruptions in digital era, it is my great honor to welcome you all to this excellent learning platform of International Marketing Conclave. Friends, no doubt the world is in a place of dramatic change. However, the concept of disruption is not new. If you look at the history of evolution of brands, you can start with some key dates over the last over 2 decades. In 2003, LinkedIn launches, providing professional, a virtual way to connect and learn. In just 18 years, LinkedIn has become a valuable challenge for marketers. In 2006, Facebook debuted. In only 16 years, the effect it has had is profound. Still the most popular social media platform. It's now much more than a place to share family photos. It's a news source, it's a marketplace, and a place for brands to tell stories. In 2007, iPhone was available in US. With this launch, we suddenly have the internet in our pocket. This accessibility has been life, culture, and business changing. Answers and needs are available with a click. In 2011, Snapchat arrives, becoming beloved by all generations, since who does not look better with a filter? Again, it's a game changer for consumers and brand in the market. In 2020, the pandemic happens and TikTok explodes, making it possible for anyone to be a content creator. Personal brands and brand influencer partnership explode. All of this contributes to the massive shift in the way that business works. The most substantial impact has been on marketing. I'm sure the deliberation from the marketing conclave today with the theme marketing disruptions in the digital era will bring more such facts and figures, which will definitely make us wiser in terms of knowledge and digital disruptions, especially in the field of marketing. My dear friends, organizing such huge conclave is not an easy task. I must thank Dr. Nitin Saxena, the convener of this conclave, for his dedicated efforts throughout. I must extend my sincere gratitude to our ever dynamic and thoughtful leaders, Sri Jaipuria, Chairman, Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, Vinod Malhotra, Advisor, Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, for their all-time guidance and immense support every academic activity at the institute. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries and past participants for being with us today to witness the flavor of marketing disruptions throughout these deliberations. My sincere appreciation goes to the IT team of JSP and Corporate Office for meticulously planning and implementing the virtual conclave today. Before I wind up, let me encourage all of you to take an active participation in this conclave and get the advantages knowing how fast the disruptions are happening and forcing us to skill and reskill ourselves in our respective domain. With this, I once again congratulate all of you for being part of this great conclave, and I'm sure the panel discussions, during the conclave will certainly add more and more values to the domain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have perfectly set the pace of the event. We are fortunate to have Mr. Shishir Jaipuria, Chairman, Seth Anandram Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, which has been in the field of education for more than 75 years. Presently, the group to which he belongs operates in all the verticals of education landscape and runs 5 preschools, 16 K-12 schools, 2 management institutions, and a teachers training academy. He's also the chairman of FICCI Arise, which is a premier collegium for members representing various facets of the education ecosystem to promote quality education. So without further ado, I would request Mr. Shishir Jaipuria, Chairman, Seth Anandram Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, for the inaugural address of the day. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the corporate leaders, academicians, and students to the International Conclave on Marketing Disruptions in the Digital Era, organized by Jaipuria School of Business in collaboration with Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. I want to extend my warm greetings to the chief guest, Ms. Nadia Touil Louis, and to the keynote speaker, Mr. Satya Upadhyaya. Both our guests are veterans in the MarTech and are familiar with the rapid changes required by companies to transform themselves in the digital era. Today, we have speakers from different time zones, right from Australia, Singapore, Middle East, America, etc. And I want to thank them for taking out time to be with us in this conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, businesses across the world today are experiencing disruptions on account of exponential growth of technology, issues relating to climate change, and rapidly changing geopolitical equations amongst countries. The speed of change has accelerated in the last few decades, and the COVID pandemic has further made people rethink how they conduct their lives and businesses. The business models as well as operating models have undergone significant transformations, and companies are looking at each of their functions which are digital lens. Right from the invention of the electricity in 1830s to the introduction of computers and the subsequent rise of mobile and internet in the 20th century, the business landscape has undergone a paradigm shift. The emergence of e-commerce companies and strong presence of social media have disrupted the traditional ways of marketing. Companies are exploring new and innovative ways of engaging with the customers. Today, we are living in an era where physical and digital have converged and have led to the explosion of data, which is providing informed choices both to companies as well as to the customers. Friends, technology has made deep inroads into the world of marketing, which is undergoing huge disruptions worldwide. According to McKinsey report, marketing leaders are deeply concerned with the 3 C's of disruption: content, complexity, and connected and empowered customers. The traditional notion of product and service-oriented marketing is now giving way to a customer-oriented marketing in which brands are continuously discovering new ways to connect with customers and providing personalized buying experiences. Amazon today can predict with a great certainty what our next purchase is going to be. Uber and Ola recommend our destination when we book a cab. Google knows our current location at any point in time. Facebook asks us to connect with friends from whom we have forgotten long back. YouTube understands our preference of content, and telecom service providers know which data package best suits our need. All these seemingly impossible feats are now everyday phenomena, a result of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things. We all know that data is the new oil. It is being widely used by companies across sectors to understand customers' buying behaviors, develop pricing strategy, improve merchandising, upsell products, and analyzing competition. Automation and hyper-personalization are the new age mantras of fast-growing organizations which are progressively studying contextual data to boost performance. In fact, disruptions have become relevant in today's distraction-filled world where customers are exposed to a large number of messages every day. Data science is being applied to predict the probability of customers' next purchase and recommend products. Transactions made by customers are being scrutinized, calibrated to delve into their buying behavior and habits and forecast trends. The application of artificial intelligence also makes it possible to take action aimed at regaining inactive customers. One of the most crucial aspects of disruption is to create experiences that are relevant to the customers. Brands like Lego has been co-creating products with customers for a while. Its online community Lego Ideas is a place where members share their ideas, submit their own designs, and give feedback to each other. From the projects which receive at least 10,000 votes, Lego picks a winner and then creates and sells the product worldwide. It also creates different pathways of experience and engagement for its customers and consumers. Marketing disruptions in e-commerce, the rapid strides made by e-commerce companies, and the adoption of technology and artificial intelligence have paved the way for them to emerge as winners in their respective product segments. E-commerce aggregators like Amazon, Flipkart, Alibaba, and Myntra are creating web portals or applications that aggregate or organize multiple offers from competing companies and sell them to customers in one place. This has led to the demonetization of the online marketplace by offering a level playing field for all sellers. MSME companies have particularly gained significant advantages by engaging with e-commerce companies, enhancing their revenues and margins, improving market reach, access to new markets, and savings in marketing spend. Companies such as Walmart leverage technology and find out customers' gender, average income, health issues, buying behaviors for offering personalized packages and dynamic pricing. These marketing disruptions have created immense transparency between businesses and customers. Chatbox is another example of a successful application of technology to increase business prospects. E-commerce is projected to grow by leaps and bounds with the application of technology. According to figures by Statista, the global retail e-commerce sales for the year 2021 stood close to $5 trillion US dollars and is presently approximately 24% of the total retail sales worldwide. In India, we have seen a surge in demand from online platforms, which have grown on the back of restrictions on account of the pandemic. The trend is likely to continue as buyers' habits are changing rapidly. Today, the 7 P's of marketing are witnessing the application of technology. Progressive and new age companies are left with no choice but to switch to technology which facilitates better customer engagement, new customer acquisition, better understanding of customers' expectations, product recommendations, market segmentation, enhanced conversation, and customer retention. Customers' preferences is towards purchasing goods at their convenience and comfort, and hence they expect availability of goods and services anytime and anywhere. The millennials who have been exposed to digital gadgets at an early age are tech savvy and look at efficient ways of buying things. They also have a tendency to switch brands if they find a product or service not to their satisfaction. Another big catalyst of disrupting innovation is the evolution of social media marketing. The world presently has around 4.62 billion users of mobile phones, and hence most of them are using social media platforms, and the base is growing at a rate of 10% per year. It is estimated that an average global user spends about 2 hours and 30 minutes on social media every day. This has made social media a preferred place for businesses to connect with prospective buyers and form a long-standing relationship with them. Social media platforms, like the director was mentioning, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, use data analytic tools. They enable companies to track the progress, success, and engagement of their marketing campaigns. Through social media marketing, companies acquire the competencies to address a range of stakeholders, including current and potential customers. The customers, while searching products or service, can also review the experience of others to make informed choices. Another area which is gaining ground is the demand for products from companies which adopt ethical practices and are addressing both social and environmental issues. The marketing personnel will have to be reminded to these concerns and pitch their offerings accordingly. Also, as a lot of data is being captured through digital purchases and footprints which customers leave, an issue that surfaces is regard to maintaining data privacy and its usage. A strong element of trust has to be built by marketing companies while dealing with customers. To conclude, I would like to reiterate that customers have a plethora of choices amongst brands and are exhausted from the information overload that they face on a day-to-day basis. The pandemic has forced organizations to be digital first strategy, and digital experience platforms play a vital role in boosting customers' experience and enhancing brand loyalty. Organizations have to prioritize their investments in digital platforms and have to have the right talent to seize the opportunity. The theme of today's conclave encapsulates just such a vision of marketing disruption in the digital era. I am sure this conclave shall be a forum for presentations and discussions and provide valuable insights from some of the sharpest marketing minds in the world. I look forward to a heartening engagement and the expert opinion on various topics which will be discussed during this one-day event. Thank you indeed.
Thank you so much, sir. Your inspiring words always ignite the spark in us. So here's the time to bring in new perspectives and trends by none other than Mr. Satya Upadhyaya, Vice President, Campaign Optimization, Marketing Capability and Change at Citi, Australia. Mr. Satya is an experienced people leader and practitioner, strategically optimizing and managing marketing processes with Citi, Accenture, and HSBC in Australia. His functional expertise lies in marketing automation, data analytics, campaign planning, designing, and execution. We are extremely delighted to have you on board, sir. I am honored to share that We at Seth Anandram Jaipuria Education Society has taken a pledge to support the education of 3 underprivileged children for a year as a part of Rasta project Ghaziabad in the name of Mr. Satya Upadhyaya. Sir, I request you to kindly share your valuable insights with all of us. Please, sir.
Can you hear me?
Please, yeah, please unmute. Yeah.
I'm just working out, something's gone wrong with my screen. So this should be my presentation. Just give me a nod if you're able to see it. Fantastic, thank you. Thank you for that warm introduction, Ayushi. And being a keynote speaker sometimes is very hard, especially listening to Mr. Shishir. He's already communicated a few of the themes. I'll just take on from where he's left in terms of what digital disruption is and how it basically entails for the marketing era. So in my 15 minutes, what I'll take you with today is really simplify the concept of digital. And make it easy for a non-technical audience to understand what the key components of digital disruption and digital transformation is. And as Shishir sir basically quantified, that digital has really embedded and changed everything in our day-to-day interaction, and technology plays a very big role. So how this digital is becoming an enabler, I'll facilitate that with a few examples that I've got to basically talk you through. And then I'll give you, towards the end, the race to stay ahead. What are the components of digital interaction? And to finish it off, really touching on that marketing flavor of that, on the theme of today, from evolution of marketing in the digital age. And we'll have some examples of looking at those advanced technologies, which Shishir sir and Tapan sir talked about in their keynote, in their deliberation of what those examples are. And I'll just put some light across that. So before we take a step forward, let's take a foot backwards to really understand how marketing has evolved. And I'm sure we've got professors and students from the stream of marketing, and they'll be very familiar with Kotler. And in 1960, it was all about product. So when Kotler wrote his book on fundamentals of marketing, he always talked about the 4 P's of marketing, which was product, price, praise, and promotion. It was more of an inward focus, industry or organizational driven, ROI based, vertical driven, full of bureaucracy and processes, volume based business, focusing on the benefit of the organization. As we moved to the 1980s, you had the supply chain era, and you started looking at the distribution network and how do you actually move goods from one place to the other in the supply chain network. It is around the 1990s when the concept of customer really started coming to life from a corporate perspective, and centralization of goods and services was around the customer. Then towards 2020, 2010, you had the experience. So it's not about the customer, but it is more around what experiences the customer receives from the various products and services they get from the customer, from the organization. And as we move towards 2020 and 2022 and beyond, this is now the real power and age of digital, where you start looking at embracing technologies to drive everything for the customer. So as you would have seen, I started off my conversation in 1960 with a product lens. And as I'm morphing into 2022, I'm changing my lens into the customer. And it is all about the customer moving forward. So my entire presentation from here onwards is going to be all about the customer. So what do you mean by the customers? What's happening in today's era is customers are demanding an experience which is continuous, which is connected and consistent at all times and all touch points. And what does that mean? So I, as a customer, can interact with you as an organization across any channel. And that channel could be either I walk into your branch, I walk into your store, you send me a letter, I call you to your call center, or you call me through your call center, you send me an SMS, you send me an email, we are connected on a chat. What that means is you know me in and out. So one thing that's coming through is continuous, connected, and consistent. And touch points is basically multi-channel. So multi-channel allows me to communicate as an organization with a customer across multiple channels. That could be email, that could be SMS, that could be push, that could be walk in a branch or anywhere. And then is the concept of omni-channel. And omni-channel, that's the real-time integration of customer data to provide an exponential experience. And what that means is one channel knows if the customer is speaking with another channel and synthesizes that information in real time and is able to present an output. So what that means is that the input of one channel becomes, so actually, my apologies, the output of one channel becomes the input for another channel. And that is the omni-channel concept driving from a multi-channel marketing concept. So this is something which is fundamentally changing in how organizations are going to be communicating with their customers in the future. So what does that mean from an organizational perspective?
Mr. Satya,
from an organizational perspective, it means that there's a race to stay ahead.
Satya,
and there's a race to stay ahead for what?
Sorry,
because
can
Satya,
you hear me? Yeah,
I think your presentation is not visible.
Yes,
it's your LinkedIn page which is visible to us.
Sorry, Nadia, you had a question. I couldn't hear that.
It's just
I
your
think it's your
presentation.
LinkedIn page which is visible to us.
Are we presenting anything? We're not able to see that.
Yes. Your presentation is not showing. That's my point.
I couldn't catch that, sorry.
We see a Twitter handle. We don't see your slide. We see your screen, but it's not the right presentation. So.
Ah, that's weird. So can you see my screen now?
You should switch the screen, maybe another file.
Are you able to see my screen now, or?
We see a screen, but that is the Twitter, your Twitter handle. There's a Twitter handle of Jaipuria School of Business.
Okay, bear with me for a second. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt the flow, but I felt
no, that's always good.
To give justice to your work, yeah.
Are you able to see my screen now?
No, yeah, it's coming.
Yes.
Yes.
Well done.
Okay, sorry, I am extremely sorry for that. So, are we on the screen for the race to stay ahead?
Yes.
Fantastic. Apologies for that. So just a loss of chain of thought. So I guess where I was leaving is, what does that mean from an organizational perspective? From an organization, it's all about the race to stay ahead. And when you talk about the race to stay ahead, it is about the customer experience, which becomes the new battleground. And when you look at the customer experience becoming the new battleground, so what's the organization fighting for? It's the same finite list of customers that are interacting with different brands. The organizations are looking at providing an experience which is on demand, which is highly relevant, and it's a delightful experience from a customer's perspective. Having that backdrop of understanding the product era and understanding that customer, what the customers are needing, now is the time to really get in and sink ourselves into the heart of the conclave theme. What exactly is digital, and really understanding the digital footprint and what does that mean? In very, very simple terms, as I said, I wanted to basically demystify the concept of digital for a non-technical audience. So digital is a new way of engaging with the end customer. It is a coordination of different technologies, and Shishir sir talked about a few of these in terms of mobile, cloud, storage, APIs, analytics, social media, Web 3.0, metaverse. It's all coordinating all that, again, to provide a new way of engaging with the end customer. At the same time, it's also looking for an organization to re-examine the current ways they are doing business And once they are re-examining that, they start looking at how do I do things which are simpler, better, faster? How do I provide consistency? How do I provide standardization? And then you start looking at the new frontiers of value. And again, there were a few concepts that were talked about. How do we start using beacons? How do you start using sensors, location-based marketing, connected cars? There are a few examples, and I've got a few more to talk about in the end, but this is what exactly it is. And then to sum it up, digital is a customer-first culture. And when you talk about a customer-first culture, it is all about creating a personalized, engaging experience, which has instant feedback, which is real-time, which is automated, which drives a culture for change. You've got a single point of connectivity, you've got a single point of contact, and you've got a single focus on the customer. So digitization or digital transformation is actually focusing from a product lens into a customer first lens. So now let's with that backdrop of understanding of what the wireframes of digital are, let me try to picture a scenario and walk you through the different concepts that I've just spoken to you about. So this is the scene of an airport. Now, this would be very, very prevalent when we had COVID. You walk into an airport, you just don't know what has happened. Regulations in certain countries have changed. All of a sudden, your flight is canceled or disrupted and you don't know what to do. So what happens in that type of a scenario at the airport? So in the pre-digital era, your experience was inflexible, it was impersonal, and it was time consuming. And let's take them as smaller building blocks. So what happened is that when your flight got canceled, the first thing you had to do is now actually book a hotel. The way you're going to book your hotel is you use the brochures available or the internet available on the airport without any personalization, and you basically key in your information and you make a reservation. Then you go out of the airport, you hail a taxi, again you tell them where you want to go, and you move on. You don't have any choices in your taxis, what type of taxi you want. The first taxi to come through takes you through. Then your food and beverages, you have limited choices. The way you're going to look at it while you're navigating from the hotel, from the airport to the hotel, you're looking at where do I eat? Or you're going to be dependent on the menu or the restaurant that the hotel has. You don't have a lot of choices at that point in time. And then what you're thinking is, hey, I am actually entering a lot of this information multiple times. So I'm entering that information when I'm making a hotel booking. I'm entering that information when I'm doing a taxi reservation. I'm putting my same information when I'm trying to book a restaurant or an order food. So they don't really know me and they're not able to reach me and they're not able to deliver that experience. So what was happening is that in the pre-digital era, the experience was impersonal, it was long, and it was disengaging. So as I said, digital is all about consolidating of different technologies to provide a seamless experience with a customer-first culture. And what that basically starts doing is basically making it personalized, it's time efficient, it's engaging, it's instant, it's accessible, and it has multiple choices. And as you can see, it's connecting all these different technologies from mobile to cloud to storage to API to analytics and social media. Now, what is that happening is you're collecting, there's a lot of data that's been out there about you in the market. When I say in the market sphere. How do I collect the data, know me, reach me, and deliver that experience? So what is happening is that the cost of storage has actually drastically reduced. The power of computing has exponentially increased. And the connected devices with Internet of Things and analytics behind it through machine learning and artificial intelligence is able to put forward real-time personalization and offer orchestration, as a result of which this can be happened. So now an organization, you enter your information once in the mobile phone, it gets connected through an API, through the hotel, through the taxi. You can book an Uber or you can book an Ola in India, and you can have your restaurant and the food delivered to you. So this engagement or continuous engagement with the customer is being possible because of the digital era. Now, you'll hear this term a lot in terms of digital era, digitization, and digital transformation. And as students of marketing, we need to be very, very clear what exactly is transformation and how it is different to change. 90% of the world's digital transformation initiatives that are currently running are actually change management initiatives. They're not transformation. The key takeaway I'd like you to take away from this keynote today, if you want to understand the difference between change and transformation, it's very, very simple, but very, very sophisticated. A snake changing their skin or casting their skin and getting onto a new skin is called change. It's just like you basically wearing new clothes from your wardrobe. There's no morphological and physiological difference in your appearance. Whereas a butterfly, or actually a caterpillar morphing into a butterfly, is transformation. So from stage 1 to stage 2, you are actually very, very different in your physiological and morphological form. So how does an organization move from a people, process, data, technology, and system perspective to go and morph from a stage 1 into a stage 2 is really transforming the business. So transformation or digital transformation is, in very, very simple terms, very different to how your current operating model is and how your future operating model is going to look like. If you're going on that journey, that exactly is transformation. If you're making slight changes, that's exactly what is changes. So the key thing I'd like you to take away, the difference between change and transformation, and how do you actually overlap that with the concept of digital transformation. Now, we are talking about digital, and we can't go away without talking about marketing. So in the digital era now, beyond 2022, there are 3 important concepts within digital and the future of marketing. Marketing in the future is going to be insights driven, it's going to be technology enabled, and it's going to be analytically powered. And what that means is that, Shishir sir talked about it, so I won't spend a lot of time about it. Customers are not expecting a flawless experience. Now they're actually demanding it. And they want an immersive experience across all platforms and all technologies. The concept is know me, reach me, and deliver that experience. And how do you do that? So some of the applications you've got Internet of Things. What that is doing is convergence of an ecosystem. It's not only about shopping into a shopping mall. It is about convergence of what the mall offers as compared to the retail store as to the brand to provide a connected experience across all different points. You got artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is a great example of real-time customization from Netflix for a movie in Black Mirror. They had 150 minutes of footage. They were divided into 250 segments, which had 1 trillion parts to view. So traditionally, when you watch a movie, everyone goes to the cinema hall. They see the same sequence and the same climax. Here, as in individual preferences, you are able to choose your actor and choose different climaxes that you can see through. In terms of financial services or telcos, you're looking at hyper-personalization or product recommendation and next best action. You're looking at picking the micro interaction and stitching and orchestrating your customer journeys. From another white goods perspective, you're looking at connected commerce, which is smart shelves and monitors. Your fridge exactly is so smart, they exactly know what contents are contained into your refrigerator today. And as you basically lose those contents, basically it can order from your grocery store and make it happen. Contactless payment in banking is another one. And towards the last, I want to finish off with virtual reality and augmented reality. And this is the future of marketing, really trying to provide an immersive experience to an end customer. And how you can do that, if you look at the hospitality industry, you're looking at, without even going to the hotel, you can have an immersive experience, walking into their hotel room, exploring the facilities, like looking at a resort and making a direct booking through your phone and really understanding without physically being there. Nike's hyperactive shoes is another great example of augmented reality and virtual reality, where they've created a fully functional shoe that electronically adjusts the contours of the feet by lacing technology. So what that means is, as you put your feet in the shoe, based on the contours of your shoe, the lacing automatically happens. Levi's has come up with a personalized jeans capability. And what that means is you are able to choose the fabric, the thread, you're naming everything the way you want, the font and the color. And that is really talking about hyper-personalized engagement or hyper engagement leading to individualization. So I'd like to finish off my keynote in talking about the future of marketing is, again, data-led, insights-enabled, technology-driven, analytically powered, and moving towards a zone of individualization and hyper-personalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have greatly emphasized on the evolution of experience. I just now recalled a tagline of a renowned F&B company. Good food, good life. Ting, 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 ting. A company close to our hearts because of its sweet Kit Kat. I am extremely honored to have with us today our chief guest, who is an inspiration for all the women leaders out here, an innovator, speaker, mentor, and a mom boss. Miss Nadia Touil Louis, head of digital and e-commerce, Asia, Oceania, Africa, Nestle. Experience in international e-commerce and business development in FMCG industry, Miss Nadia is passionate about commercial and marketing strategies in fast-changing environment. She has been engaged in different overseas assignments, including UK, Spain, Switzerland, France, China, and currently Singapore. I wholeheartedly welcome you on board, ma'am. I'm again honored to share that we at St. Anandram Jaipuria Education Society has taken a pledge to support the education of 3 underprivileged children for a year as a part of Rasta Project Ghaziabad in the name of Miss Nadia Touil Louis. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, perfectly fine.
Okay, great. So thank you so much. And Ayushi, your energy is absolutely contagious. I love the fact that you're co-moderating this conference. Very good. And another tagline you forgot, Nespresso, what else? That's another one, which is very close to our heart. But yeah, thank you so much. So I will share my screen now. Let me see. And please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see it. Yes, perfectly fine.
Okay, cool. And so thank you so much for all the intros and the opening remarks as well. Mr. Satya's presentation also summed up pretty much what we do at Nestle, so I can just stop here. But my perspective, the perspective that I'm bringing into this is slightly different and very complementary to what was said. So everything that was said so far is, again, very, very relevant to a company like Nestle. So just to reintroduce myself, yeah, Nadia Louis, and I'm 20 years in international marketing and sales. I speak various languages due to also my assignments in many, many markets. And together with my team, we have also pioneered different projects in data, in technology, in CRM, in e-commerce. And our scope is really Asia, Oceania, and Africa, which is one of the largest. It is actually the largest scope of Nestle so far. So at the bottom of this slide, you will see also my handle on Instagram and in TikTok. I am also available, of course, on LinkedIn, but my LinkedIn is absolutely full of messages from dear partners, digital and e-commerce partners, and so on. So and I'm thinking of the students here who are very, very close to my heart, helping students is something that I really, aim to do every single day. If you want to follow my Insta and also, you need any quick coaching or you have any questions, whatever they are, please feel free. And if you want to also tag the school, tag me on any of your posts, be it on story, on your feed, and so on. I'll select 1 or 2 or 3 of you, and then I'll do a 30-minute one-on-one with you if you feel there's a need because you're opening a company or you're looking for your next steps in life. Okay. So just Nestle, quick glance. I won't go through the company. Here the presentation is quite short. Nestle has an existence of 155 years. We have close to 275,000 employees over the world. We posted 2 days ago our performance, so 84 billion in group sales. In fact, 87 billion in 2021. So that's a growth versus last year. And we sell 1 billion products every day. And what I'd like to say here is that this whole journey of digital transformation, has been there for us, at least at Nestle, intensive transformation for over a decade. However, it's only the start. So we at Nestle, we are the expert in nutrition, but by no means we're not the expert in digital. That's why for us, it has been super important to partner with the big experts out there in digital. So be it Alibaba, Facebook, Google, and just to name quite a few. With IBM blockchain, for instance, you can scan the QR code on the packaging to allow the consumer to follow the coffee from the farmer's place where the coffee bean is roasted all the way to the cup. With Alibaba, we won several awards because we were also pioneering some omni-channel new retail type of model to be wherever the consumer is. And we have also exported the infrastructure of Alibaba into Lazada and now into Daraz, some companies here in Southeast Asia or South Asia region. And we have been very successful in terms of our exponential growth in e-commerce. But as I said earlier, this is only the beginning. And why is that? Is because, as it was said by Mr. Satya, there's already new technologies out there. We speak about robotics, self-driving cars, we speak about AI, we speak about IoT, a lot of buzzwords out there. And yes, Nestle is always chasing for the latest tech, and we're also partnering with a lot of tech innovators, incubators, a lot of startups, especially around personalized nutrition and health. And in our roadmap, as you could see, we are currently transforming our product innovation. So innovation has to be data-driven. It has to come from also core consumer insight to also understand what tension we're trying to solve here. But the data is online. Our first-party data is super critical for us. We are also digitalizing our consumer operations. Whether it's the banking, whether it's also the access to care line, we have to be where the consumer is. We are transforming our infrastructure. So typically here, what you see is connected devices that for dog food, but that is one of the many examples we have out there. And we are also looking into our omni-channel because the consumers can buy online, buy offline, but at the end of the day, we need to identify where they are so that those guys also see a very seamless experience from our side, and we would always be there to offer them with the latest, let's say, I don't know, promo or discount based on a previous purchase that they've done maybe offline, but then we are tracking them online. So this is also a relentless journey that we have and that we're pursuing together with my team. So I'm really, every day I talk to new partners. So this week I was having we were organizing a pitch for different WhatsApp providers typically, or we have a lot of things happening also on TikTok at the moment. And the thing is, we are also acquiring new brands or creating new business models. So typically, recently we've created the Starbucks at home. So everyone knows Starbucks outside of the house, but because of the pandemic and just before the pandemic, actually, we partnered with Starbucks, and so we've created now this beautiful brand Starbucks at home, powered also by Nespresso, and this has been like super successful. But it had been also enabled by the whole digital world. Now, as you understand, tech is going very fast, and I could go on and on and on with the latest technologies, and all of a sudden talk about gaming and NFTs and I don't know, live streaming, all the things that we're currently doing. But there are thousands and thousands of initiatives that we have undertaken throughout our 180 plus countries. So the point of my presentation is not to talk to you about this one, but rather for you to understand tech is going fast, but the consumer behavior is changing even faster. Before, it would have been a decade for the behaviors to change, but now we see a huge time compression. So for a company like Nestle, the largest F&B company like Nestle, how can we ever catch up? So that's where we have today a lot of tools that allow us to do social listening. We are absolutely obsessed again about being consumer first. What we see is that the consumers, like typically recently my daughter came to me and she said, Mama, I really want to buy Milo to make a lava cake. My daughter is 8. First of all, she doesn't consume Milo. She doesn't even know about the brand. And second of all, she doesn't even cook, but she was on TikTok browsing. And then she saw this beautiful recipe. And this is the thing, that's what we do on TikTok. And before we would never, ever have seen consumers like looking for recipes on TikTok. And guess what? We are selling ingredients through TikTok recipes today. So it is true that we are facing now a lot of challenging to catch up, to keep up with the new reality. But the one thing you have to understand is, even with those challenges, Nestle, with its 155 years of existence, has cracked also the magic formula. Why are we growing so far? Like so fast, yet all the things are changing. 155 years. The recipe is that we really, really focus on our purpose and on our vision. Our 155 years of existence have proven over and over again that a strong vision and purpose is the only ingredient for a company to survive. You can go and chase for the latest tech you want, but the tech changes tomorrow and your consumer behavior will change tomorrow again. But this is really the recipe. Whether you're a big company, whether you're a small company, a startup, you're looking for your next, why and your next how. It is what your purpose has to be bigger than you. Okay, your purpose has to be bigger than you. So I'd like to maybe give you an example. I watched Steve Jobs on Netflix, his story, and it really kind of impacted me. And I wanted to share that. This guy was actually building his vision initially when he started his journey was to build tools that amplify human ability. He was obsessed about that. He created this company, but then as he grew, the bigger he grew, he saw that his colleagues and the partners and the shareholders were starting to remove themselves from his initial vision. And this created a clash. He was even expelled from his company. But this guy, from the beginning, believed his vision was bigger than himself. Again, it's to build tools that amplify a human vision. The company went like down the drain, and the company called him back. They called the founder back. Why? Because they wanted him to revive his whole vision and purpose that he was believing in. So the thing is now Steve Jobs has left a big legacy, and his legacy is strong. The technology is evolving, but the purpose is still there. So for Nestle, it's the same thing. Ever since Henry Nestle saved the life of a baby 155 years ago, we've been obsessed about the same thing, which is to unlock the power of food to enhance the quality of life for everyone today, but also for the generations to come. So again, in a fast world of hyper speed and changes, this is key. The second key ingredient also is to put the consumer first at the heart of everything we do. So typically they can go faster than ever as long as, and that's what I say every day to my team. And I can tell you in my team, we have the best guys in media, the best guys in tech, in CRM, in data, in audiences. I tell them, what does the consumer want? What is the tension that you're trying to solve with the consumer? I don't care whether we're using Salesforce or any other tool out there. I'm asking them, what is the biggest impact? What are you trying to solve here? So now they kind of got it, and this is what we have across the whole company. So consumer insights is absolutely key. Today, the products that we renovate, the new products that we launch are absolutely based on very, very hard consumer insights and data. So that for us, we can serve the consumer in a better way, in a more sustainable way. We can be leaner, we can be faster, we can have fewer stock, less waste, better use of resources. So as you understand, digital is all about consumer first. Now, an example or two examples of how to be consumer first. So when Alibaba bought Lazada, which is one of the leaders, the pure player leaders in Southeast Asia. I remember we signed the contract with my team, and then after a few months, those guys are like, we have an issue with you guys. You're selling milk for baby, but guess what? Pampers is growing faster than you, and so we need to plug more discounts. And they were hyperventilating. How come it's not taking off the way we wanted? And I'm talking 2016 here. Okay, things have evolved since. So I said to the guys, we cannot give more discounts because then we will kill the offline. And the value of our product is so big that we cannot do that. But they would not have it. And I said, okay, guess what? I'm suggesting we do this big study, and then we understand what comes from the consumer minds and the consumer's heart. When we asked the moms out there, why are you not buying online? Our beautiful offers. And those guys were like, actually, the more discounts you put, the more it puts us off. Why? Because those guys, the parents felt that there was something wrong with the product. If you discount like food for babies or for kids, it's like, maybe we are getting close to the fresh, the product is not fresh. Maybe it's not authentic. Surely there's a problem with this big discount that those guys are offering. So they were not buying. So instead, so I came back to Lazada and I said, here's the deal. Here's the situation. Do you want to co-create a program with us? And so we created this big program called the Meal Guarantee Program. It's a stamp that we have on all our content on e-commerce for parents to say, we are the authentic Nestle that sell the authentic product. We know some fake third-party sellers out there that's trying to make some money. And we guarantee you minimum 7 months of freshness. If you ever get a product that is below 7 months freshness, we reimburse you 3 times the price. And from then onwards, 400% category growth. Yeah. So the point is, I'm trying to communicate here. The point is not that you want to list the product on e-commerce or on digital and so on. This is easy. Today, social is easy. But what is your purpose? What are you trying to solve? That is the key question. So the other thing also, and it's going to be close to my final wrap up. The one thing that we are also very obsessed about at Nestle currently is to deliver upon our commitment towards sustainable nutrition, because we have the world's largest, biggest challenges of the 21st century, which is to support the nutritional needs of 10 billion people by 2050, in a sustainable and responsible way. 2050, 10 billion people to feed on the planet. So what are the nutritional solutions that we can provide for them? This is, again, bigger than just being listed on digital and so on. Digital, again, will help us unlock that. And the number 2 is also to find solution for climate change. You know, we want to be carbon neutral. We want to have 0 environmental impact. We want to create solutions for the farmers, you know, to regenerate the land. And so what else but digital can help us pioneer sustainability, you know, online. And then just to give you an example, we sell dog food. We sell human food, but we also sell dog food. And so we partnered with this circular small startup in Latin America. And those guys come with an electrical bike. The consumer from the app can order a certain quantity of dog food that they want. And then they come with a container, and Algramo can deliver. They don't need, we can reduce packaging. They just come with the grains, with the food, and then the consumer comes with the container. So that's it. So those solutions are super basic, but guess what? They work, and this is exactly what the consumer wants. So this has been powered also by digital. And then talent. Talent is also another key ingredient to the success of digital. So all the students here listening, I'm telling you, you are the first of tomorrow. Whether you want to create your own startup or you want to join a company and be an entrepreneur in a large company such as Nestle, I'm telling you, your strength and your skills are in high demand. Tomorrow, you don't need to worry about having a job. And this is why today at Nestle, we're super obsessed about cultivating, attracting the right talent. And we often do during the year also big campaigns, you know, to also make sure that we recruit the right people. Hence, giving you also my handle on Instagram and so on. If you want to also keep up with what's happening with Nestle, you know, just follow me on that one. And just to let you know also that the reason why today I am equipped and I have equipped my team with the latest technologies and so on is because we have traveled a lot. I've spent my time in the US, in China, in Europe, in Latin America, in the Middle East, and now I'm based in Singapore to understand also the evolution of consumers, to understand the different cultures, the different preferences. So you need to think again beyond yourself if you want to succeed in digital and in e-commerce. Okay, so this slide concludes my talk for today. In 10 years' time, I can be, or me or another person can be sitting here today and you ask, okay, how do you want to grow in a fast world of digital? And tomorrow it's going to be about NFT again, it's going to be about gaming. And the answer will be exactly the same. To succeed, you need to be focused on your purpose. It's the only constant in a world of hyperspeed. You need to put the consumer at the heart of everything you do. You need to care for the planet and for humanity. And you need to cultivate the talent of tomorrow. You need to care for people. You're not above anybody else. Everyone is equal. Everyone comes with their strength. Okay, so this is really what has been the strength of my team, also growing and evolving in e-commerce. And I'm super happy to have shared those insights with you. So if you want to also share any pieces of content that you find useful here, please go on social and spread the love. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have rightly said that customer insight is the key. We also have with us today Professor Mohanlal Agrawal, President, Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. Professor Agrawal is the recipient of the UAE Golden Visa for Research Excellence. He is ranked among the 251 most fabulous global education leaders and is the former professor, California State University. I feel extremely privileged to have you, sir. We request you to kindly propose vote of thanks to our eminent guests. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a wonderful privilege to be here representing Indo-Gulf Management Association, which is almost now 14 years old. I started in Dubai in 2008 as Gulf Marketing Association, and later on it morphed into Indo-Gulf Management Association because of the intense trade and business opportunities between us. In the recent days, we have redefined our vision, and so we are envisioning a new, I would say, reality for business society. And we are very, very grateful to Jaipuria, a group of institutions, as well as Jaipuria School of Business, for allowing us to support the organization of this particular event, which is absolutely awesome, right from the beginning. And it's a great pleasure also to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the association, on behalf of the Jaipuria School of Business, to the eminent speakers who are here. Let me propose the vote of thanks in 2 or 3 or probably more inflection points which happened in the marketing and connected with the speakers and keynote speakers and wonderful people who spoke today. If you look into the first inflection point in marketing, that was immediately after Second World War, when Arthur Miller's play happened, The Death of the Salesman. And in that particular play, we saw that the loss of identity or the inability to change with the time, that particular thing became in many ways the manifestation of what was wrong with the earlier forms of marketing and what perhaps was the beginning of the new change. Now, this exactly was presented to us by our wonderful opening address of Shri Jaipuria Sahab. Shri Jaipuria Sahab, who is organizing and mentoring the entire group of institutions of Seth Anandnam Jaipuria. We are grateful to him, sir. We are grateful to you, sir, that you have provided us that kind of initial stimulus. The second inflection point on marketing, in my opinion, came somewhere in the mid-50s, when Ted Levitt wrote one of the most powerful articles, Essential Reads in Marketing, which is called the Marketing Myopia, in which he talked about that the marketers and the businessmen must move away from the product to the purpose or the benefit of the product or the need of that particular product. He gave a very, very simple example that consumers do not need 3.5-inch driller, they need 3.5-inch hole. And whatever that particular thing can provide, that exactly is the purpose. I think exactly the same point was made very, very beautifully by our second keynote speaker, Mr. Satya Upadhyaya from the Citibank, Australia. He was marvelous in identifying the factors and the trends and everything. And therefore, it was very, very important that, we listen to him with respect and we follow, this particular thing. So this is the second thing that I would like to thank our vote of thanks for Mr. Satya. The third inflection point in marketing came somewhere in the 60s when the father of modern marketing, Professor Philip Kotler, Philip Kotler said for the first time beautifully, in which he said, broadening the scope of marketing. And in that broadening the scope of marketing, what he said was that marketing must not remain imprisoned to the commerce only. It should also go into the non-commercial areas like NPOs, non-profit organizations and all that. I was really mesmerized to hear the same wonderful words in Miss Nadia's fantastic presentation, in which she talked about beautifully the product or the things to the purpose. I thought there was nothing better than what Nadia said so beautifully, that how and what Nestle does. So I would like to propose a vote of thanks for Nadia also. The fourth inflection point, which came somewhere in the 90s and which is the essence of this particular conference, and that is the digital marketing. The first sign of the great power of the digital marketing came in 90s when internet became the part of our business and commerce world. And in that particular thing, in 1994, there was a magazine called Hot Wired. That particular magazine had just about 4 to 5 years of existence, but it was the first which bought 4 or 5 internet banner ads. Now that started, to my mind, the era of digital marketing. I'm very happy that on behalf of our good friend, Professor Nayak, who is so beautifully and so elegantly leading the team of people in Jaipuria Institute and School of Management, Mr. Narang, many more people whose names I'm not able to say because of paucity of time, but I would only like to say that this particular thing, hot-wired, inspired digital marketing thing, has gone into something which nobody would have even seen that. Now, in this particular hope, I want to thank each one of you, propose the vote of thanks to everyone in Jaipuria group of business schools, and thank you for this opportunity to propose this vote of thanks. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have you, and your words have always been a source of enthusiasm and motivation for all of us. So with this, we conclude our inaugural session, and we'll move to our first panel discussion on marketing innovations in the digital era. I would like to hand over the session to my companion, Shiny Goyal, student of Jaipuria School of Business, for the same. Over to you, Shiny.
Very warm welcome to one and all present here. I, Shiny Goyal, student of PGDM batch 2021-23 of Jaipuria School of Business, is happy to introduce you all to the outstanding and igneous panel of the day. The topic for the first panel is marketing innovations in the digital era. With lots of positivity, I introduce you with the extraordinary personalities who stand strong with their glorious years of extensive experience. It's our privilege to have Mr. Sudhir Jutshi, Director Policy and Strategy, New Initiative, South Asia at UN. He is also a member of South Asia Leadership Team and held additional responsibility as General Manager for Consumer Business in South Asia. Mr. Sudhir, with more than 19 years of experience covering sales, strategy, business, and people development, crisis and change management, and public policy, holds honors degree in food technology from University of Delhi, India, and master's degree in marketing and international business from IMSAR University, Department of MD University, India. Mr. Sudhir completed his Executive Leadership Program, ELP, in Business Management from Yale School of Management, SOM, New Haven, Connecticut in 2019. Mr. Sudhir completed his India Leadership and Global Leadership Program sponsored by UL in 2014 and 2016 respectively, an executive program on artificial intelligence and its implications on business strategies from MIT, Massachusetts. I feel elated to welcome you, sir. Our next panelist for the day is Mr. Ashish Patel, Managing Director, Morgan Franklin Consulting, USA. Mr. Patel has also served as Senior Vice President at Bank of America and has played an instrumental role in setting up operational risk technology and mobile phone banking systems. He's also the advisor to CIOs, CFOs, CROs, and other C-level executives. It's a pleasure to welcome you, sir. Moving forward for the next panelist of the day, Professor Satya Bhushan Dash. He is a professor of marketing, chairperson of Center for Marketing in Emerging Economies at IIM Lucknow. He also holds BPCL Chair Professor in Customer Care at IIM Lucknow. He has co-authored Indian Subcontinent Adaptation of Marketing Research textbook titled Marketing Research and Applied Orientation with Professor Naresh K. Malhotra. We are elated to have you, sir, here. Let me introduce you with the next panelist and the session moderator, Mr. Rishikesh Patankar, who is the CEO of CSC Academy and Chief Operating Officer, Education at CSC E-Governance Service India Limited. He also worked as a Senior Research Scientist with Digital India Cooperation. He's currently handling Digital India campaign under Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan. With this, we hand over the session to Mr. Patankar to moderate the session by inviting the distinguished panelists on the theme, Marketing Innovations in the Digital Era.
Thank you, Shiny. I think I'm audible. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Naik, Director, Jaipuria School of Business, all the management of Jaipuria School of Business, respected faculty members who have joined, and other attendees who are listening to us, audience who are online, and my dear students. This is really a great opportunity for all of us to be here and talk about the digital disruptions in marketing. As you are aware, India has been on the digital transformation space. And if you see, we are 1.3 billion strong digital identity, which is called Aadhaar. We are 1.3 billion plus digital identity, which are available in the country. We are having 1.18 billion mobile phone subscriptions. Apart from that, 700 million plus internet subscriptions are there. 700 million plus smartphone users are there in the country, and 500 million plus people are on the social media channels. So this is the digital canvas of the country. The age of digital transformation, and with it marketing, has become combination of precise measurable science, and that's what we are hearing from the morning. And marketing is deep strategy. It is using leading edge technology, a lot of psychology, education, and in fact, course execution is being done. And there are a lot of engaging and creative art forms which are coming up. And today, successful marketing is where science and art actually intersect to deliver superior results. And as Mr. Satya was talking in the morning, I heard him personalize. So I think we can personalize and customize our advertising and messaging to each specific person. And that basically applies to all the fields. In fact, Government of India is also supporting with a lot of marketing assistance schemes in the area of agriculture, which is focus of the present government, micro, small and medium industries, and food processing. So with this background, I would like to first call upon our first esteemed panelist, Mr. Zucchi, and I would like to hear from you, sir. What has been your current marketing strategy and what kind of innovative ideas you are driving in your organization? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rishikesh. And first of all, it's an honor and privilege to be part of this August panel. And of course, I would also like to thank Dr. Nayak for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
It's always, when you are doing this virtual conferences, always better to show something. If you allow me, I haven't made slides, but there are a couple of slides which I wanted to sort of. I know you have already given us a set of guardrails in terms of sticking those questions. But if you allow us, I just wanted to keep myself focused on one slide, and then over the course of discussion, if it happens, I can go to other slides. But to start with, maybe I'll if you allow, I can go with that first presentation slide. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, it's there.
So first of all, I'm from UL, but I would because I'm not speaking on behalf of UL. It's all my what I will be sharing. It's my own personal experience and observations that I'll be sharing. But I think more or less what speakers spoke from morning, I was really keenly hearing all the speakers in the morning, and I was just wondering what is it that different we can share. Honestly speaking, right? They touched from digitization to whole, personas to customer experience, customer at the center, and I had to do a little bit of homework while I was listening to speakers and sort of seeing how I can make it a little bit different. And that's precisely I was wanting to sort of see touch upon this in the first slide, and this is something which companies are doing, and of course, I mean something similar is also happening across companies. I have been working, or I'm working per se, I would say. I think it's important to understand here that the whole customer experience, if I would say, right from a suspect to the prospects or the customer final customer, this whole touch point journey is very, very critical. Now that touch point journey, if you see with the whole digitization, is completely transformed. And that's important that nowadays we are spending more time on the digital touch points of a customer rather than the conventional or physical touch points, if I would say. And that's where, actually each one of us is focusing on moments of truth. And moments of truth are very, very critical. And that's what I would say in terms of when you mentioned about what are we doing as a company. I think for us, it's very, very important to understand how this whole digital journey, digital touch points for a customer, or how is evolving at each touch points. Some of them are managed, some of them are unmanaged. But I think what I would sum up here is in terms of those digital touch points, which are very, very critical, and how we are spending on them. And data clearly shows if you're able to manage those touch points, not necessarily all touch points. I think it's how you work through those, which touch points are more critical for you, is clearly that the returns go up, and your customer centricity, if I would say, the loyalty of the customers enhances. So that's what I would share, Dr. Rishikesh.
Yeah, thank you, Sudhir, for the introduction, and in fact, that was really lighting to see. Now coming to Ashish Patel, sir, he has been a technology leader, a strategist for top-level management, and has vast experience. And I would like to know from him what is his take on marketing strategy and the innovations which he drives in the organization.
Sure. Sure. I hope you can hear me, Rishikesh, and everybody else. All right, great. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. So just quick introduction. I think everybody probably said. I generally somebody will ask me a question. Why are you here? And it's pretty, I would say, obvious question. I have a background, I'm a consultant, but I just want to introduce the fact that I am a frequent visitor to the educational institutes in India, and that's how I know Dr. Nayak for last probably 14, 15 years now. So, we've been interacting, and he has been inviting me. I have been taking classes around in the colleges in India. So I come there. I'll be there in April, for example, to come for taking like 3 full credit hours in 15 days and go back. So it's out of interest. We call it giving back to the country, is what it is. And as much as I can share my experience, I've been in the US for nearly, I would say, 30 years now. So I came to study as a very young student, and I've seen it all. Virtually worked in very small companies, run from one single kitchen, and moving on to Fortune 50 like Bank of America. And now I'm consulting mostly with nonprofits, financial services, hospitality industry, CPG, and a lot of B2Bs apart from CPG, which is B2C, right? So I consult with a lot of them. And over a period of time, what I've seen is, I would say pre-COVID and even a little bit before that, there was a resistance towards technology. And I know I'm talking technology here, but I'll take it to marketing in a second. All right. And I heard since morning, we're talking about digital transformation. Everybody talks about front end, right? We talk about IoT. We will talk about, how customer experience, customer journey. And I think I don't say we forget, but I think we always forget about the business enablers. These are drivers, the front end drivers, but we also talk about enablers. Everything is working. You talk about big data, but what is behind is also fairly important, right? And when we start talking about ERP, your performance management tools, your KPI tools, and to manage the front end, all the drivers, you also need the enablers. So I work both with enablers and drivers. This means when I go to a typical client, and I know Rishikesh had said, give an example of a client. I have a client, a B2C client, who actually gained a lot of success during COVID. They went from a $50 million company at start of COVID to 300 million over last 2 years. Now everything was failing. Technology was failing because their legacy systems. When I used to visit these people, always there was resistance against spending money on technology. And now suddenly marketing is falling apart. Then I see that they have like 8, 9 different applications working in marketing to patch up for everything which is failing. All right. Their ERP is falling apart. They have different shopping carts. They don't have shopping cart unification. Right. Then the last one is data analytics, which I know is also a topic today. So what we have done for them is, and for a lot of other clients, is how do we modernize the technology stack, specifically in this case around marketing. They did not have a marketing technology, strategy. All right. So helping them develop the marketing technology strategy, because everybody loves to talk IoT, and I hear it all. Okay. But I put my hands inside there. All right. And then we develop a strategy for the client. We know you cannot do it in one day. How do we take each of these technology stacks and put the wheels together and then make sure the wheels are moving? That's what I do. So in this particular client case, we have already unified the shopping carts, which I hope you understand. Virtually, they can go to, which you do on Amazon and Flipkart. You put an order through on your phone, but now you went to your laptop and there's an email saying, hey, you did not complete your order. And I was doing that on Funs and Petals yesterday because I was trying to order flowers in India for somebody. And, I stopped in between because something came up, and then another message came on my email. Then I was on the laptop. So I started. So that's unification of the shopping cart. We did it for them. Lastly, when we reached to data analytics, I'll explain what we did for them for data analytics. And now we will take them towards what we call AI, artificial intelligence tools in marketing. So that's the gist, what we have done. That's what I do for bread and butter. And that's why I'm part of this discussion today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashish. And I think this was very insightful. The legacy systems you are working with, and it's typical problems which a small organization faces, and you are basically identifying the root causes and trying to strategize the solutions. Thank you for that. Right. Coming to Dr. Satyabhushan Das from IIM Lucknow, sir. I would like to know your take on the innovations in marketing, sir. Over to you, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I just want to just touch some important aspects. What are the innovations? Okay, before that, I should thank the organizers like Dr. Naik and all the organizations who arrange such a very meaningful conversation where how the innovations in marketing take place. Just before that, I was doing some research as Isodal Chair Professor at IIM Lucknow. I have done around 43 websites that user-generated review, learning, healthcare, and different livelihood, customer-centric, citizen service websites. What I found that here also one issue is that challenges. What are the innovations that has been taken place for providing and delivering services, and what are the challenges? I'll tell, before going to tell about the innovations, I just want to tell about the challenges because I have seen around 50 to 60% people on an average learning websites, around 40 to 50% people are not satisfied with the service delivery. Whereas it will go to more sensitive sector hospital where 80% people are not satisfied. And most of the people like Max and these are famous hospitals, Max, Fortis. So 85% people are not satisfied because the medicine is not delivered on time. This is a very minimum thing. We are doing a lot of things about in the digital age, a lot of innovations. But does it really create value? This is a very interesting question. And most of the time we do a lot of innovations. We do not do evaluations. How really that, whether that is troublesome, for example, EPFO, Employee Provident Fund. I was doing a study where I have seen that these small employees, they are the largest beneficiary of the scheme because they can access their whatever the money they are keeping in the Provident Fund at any time they can access. And this is a very important money for them because in offline they cannot go every time to the earlier days traditional. Offline they have to go to the service provider and check that thing. But the problem is that because of the small size of the mobile and the internet connectivity is very poor, that's why they cannot access whenever they want. And several times the technological glitches, they cannot download things. So these are some issues we have to look into before implementation. But I will tell you something about today, how the innovation has been taken place. I'll take maximum 10 minutes time. You see, everybody tells adoption.
Sorry to interrupt, Satya. Can you make it a full screen? The slide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mohan Agarwal.
Hi. How are you?
Fine, sir.
Sorry.
So, digital adoption by business people. This is statistics that this figure shows diffusion of digital technology across countries as measured by the digital adoption index. It's a very rosy picture. And if you look at the online marketing that it is forecasted, this is the US statistics, and largely I followed these slides, Digital Marketing Strategies and Practices, Kagan and Singh, this book, Wiley publication. This is a US statistics that tells about the forecasting is very high, digital ad spending and everything. And at the time, that is telling that effective, different, and top 15 most popular websites you can see here. These are all Amazon, Yahoo, YouTube, and you look at digitally changing everything. So 8th version, social media revolution series is changing everything. And we have done a study. I'm just telling you, ITC eChapel. That is a study that how ITC is doing eChapel through a lot of innovative practices is giving from the sowing seed to cultivation. Farmer goes to different practices like profitable crop, exposure to different field demonstration, selling price. So current users of ITC and before associated with the ITC, always those who are using ITC, their decision-making ability changing. So ITC has an impact on the farmer's decision-making ability. Digital continues to grow. Digital marketing is effective. Digital marketing is dynamic. Large growing market. This is You can look at here. This is some statistics that is giving. Just a minute. इसको कैसे scroll करना है? Just a minute. Slide कैसे आता है? हाँ ठीक है अभी आ रहा है. So you can see here how this digital is 37.3% growth rate. 2018, not today's statistics, but the old statistics still shows that digital is growing much, and digital marketing is effective, offers most cost-effective way of reach and target customers, build superior customer relationship because two-way relationship is much, and you can twist also a lot of like print media. You have done one version, but here you can do dynamism in every time you can change also, like your chatbot, WhatsApp, you can change a lot of things. Digital marketing is dynamic, dynamic creative across multiple destinations against highly segmented audience. So this is another important advantage. And also pricing can sell on cost per 1,000 impressions. There are a lot of studies that we have seen in literature also, that when we are doing digital, the cost per 1,000 impressions is less than offline. So revenue also high, and also interacting marketing practices created social media. You can see here mobile marketing. This is always traditional marketing practices and digital. Always digital practices becoming more nowadays, more and more prominent. So there is a complete transformation in marketing communication in terms of digital. Digital represents a search marketing, search engine optimization and search advertising, display ads across banners and videos, social advertising, email marketing, mobile with apps and channels. So traditional marketing product, the nature of what a brand can do for consumers, pricing, transparency in transformational, because you can see the rate every day, you can access to email and everything. And placement, revolution in many categories. There is a very interesting story, long tail story. Earlier days, what happens, this people keep very narrow product line in the store, and those are popular. Nowadays in digital, there is no, not only popular products, you can access any product at any point of time. Because in the offline traditional space, the retailers have less space. Like you can see also even in movie and everything, we can watch one movie at a particular point of time. When the digital has come, there is a large pool of movies. You can access Netflix, Sony Live. They have transformed the movie business. Not just where the brand promotes has changed, but how they would do it. So impact on product, lot of innovations involving consumers in product development and design. Customization is a very important thing. And at each minute, each second, I can assess what are the changing need of the customers by tracking where the consumer's preference is going on, personalizing products and enabling mass customization cheaply. Impact on product. Nike Training Club provides a service as part of product proposition, helping women to maintain fitness. So earlier days in traditional it is not possible. Now you can do a community, people can do a lot of communication about a particular product, what is bad, what is good about that thing, huge investment in content and distribution, great data acquisition for marketers' perspective, long-term relationship, keeping ongoing relationship and everything. Driving sales of high margin and unique items by following a user to download free computer-aided design software. And also leveraging the long tail, what I was telling, this issue already I have explained, how new marketplace, you have multiple products, categories, you have a opportunity to choose from a multiple pool of products. And this is a very important opportunity for the consumers also, because earlier days only popular products, you can also try some new products. You can have a lot of information about which products are available nowadays, not only the popular products. So Google for search and discovery, e-commerce, all these things. Apart from this price, business has access to most information, middleman everywhere, travel agent, real estate. So earlier days people had not access to price, now they have access to price. there is symmetry in terms of information between the consumer and service provider. With the new pricing transfer, it's possible for consumers to compare retailers and price seamlessly and products quickly and easily. And apart from this placement, new sales channel, mobile tablets and smartphones, online search, online purchase is increasing nowadays much because continual merging of e-commerce research and transactions. Apart from this, the search engines follow the links, index content, measure popularity also that marketers mostly adopted. This term search engine optimization of natural search. Apart from this, here I want to show you that how organizations are adapting. This is a very good statistics that has been shown. Following time of activity does your organization does a survey has been done 2013 long back. Agency or consultant in 92% people are telling that search engine optimization, adoption of digital technologies for marketing is becoming much more nowadays. Location-based services, integrated GPS chip can provide the exact location of the device. It is the most accurate method, but also the most expensive. Cell tower localization. Yeah, I think I have crossed the time. No. Okay, so I have time now. I can speak. Some location-based services such as mapping, people tracking, location hour, search advertising, and notification. These are some very important innovations that has been taken place. Waze is a social traffic and navigation app based on world's largest community of drivers, sharing real-time road information and contributing to the common good out there go road. In-store navigating, finding items and showcasing specials. Personalized shopping app provides in-store navigation specials for customers in the store. This is very interesting. New type of loyalty programs that now old punch cards being replaced by new generation of digital trackers used to stimulate repeat purchase, encourage loyal and referrals. So these are contextual shopping, iBeacons. Early results are promising. There is an increase in interaction with advertised products. Sponsor, they have done experimentation, increase in likelihood that a shopper kept an app that sent to beacon message and their phones. So gaming also, gaming ads, interactive ads are very interesting to be involved and learn. Video game advertising, cost per thousand, the selling has become more. This is not possible in traditional, now digital that is possible. Voice access to the digital world is changing. Play streamed and downloaded music, ask a question, get news, weather, traffic, get sports news, play videos. So this is very interesting. Read, compose emails. Voice shopping, AI assistant are spreading more device the home and to environment beyond the home like the car and workplace. Groceries followed by entertainment, electronics. So survey by Consumer Intelligence Research found that Amazon has this very 69% of USA market, smart speaker market, with Google brings 31%. So this is very interesting. Shoppers are also interested in using interacting fitting rooms, trial rooms, biometric ID and payment, VR, AR interactive signage, voice activated. Most critical thing is that the innovation, whatever is taken place in marketplace, consumers, one is rigor, another is relevance. This is now relevant to consumers. Consumers are more interested, those who are little educated, computer educated, they are more comfortable to use digital, take digital aid for shopping and their enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Das, sir, for bringing in research and giving us an insight on the 4 Ps on the digital age. I think the digital marketing you talked about, the adoption which is happening on the ground and the reviews which you mentioned are really interesting. And maybe a lot of students would be interested to see these case studies and maybe learn from it. We are seeing, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we are, sir, you can just remove your presentation, sir.
Yeah, just one second.
So we have seen the 4th industrial age, and continuously we are seeing the technologies in the 4th industrial age. In fact, marketing and data science are 2 fast-moving, turbulent spheres. which we see. And these two spheres basically interact with each other. And this is the interaction where a lot of marketing professionals pick up tools and methods to move their companies forward. And AI and machine learning provide a data-driven basis for more robust and intensely targeted marketing strategies. And we have also seen using AI in some of the organizations, like machine learning and market research, marketplace segmentation, where a lot of companies are using artificial intelligence, influencer marketing, which we see, and social commerce, which our speakers were talking about. Coming to Sudhir sir, just wanted to understand how you see the usage of artificial intelligence and data analytics in the area of marketing, and what is your suggestions to the students who are listening today? Over to you, sir.
Satya, really grateful that you shared a lot of content and data. And honestly speaking, I always have a great respect for the academicians for doing that outstanding work, which is always gives us a lot of thought thinking and process. And now Rishi is putting on a spot in terms of artificial intelligence versus how machine learning or natural language processing is being used and how marketers are using it. Now, see, let's fundamentally think about it. What I mean to say, it's not about technology. It's technology, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it is IoT, whether it's being used across the businesses, whether it is operations, whether it's supply chain, whether it's technology is an enabler. I think Ashish did mention about it. We need to understand the fundamentals. Technology is an enabler. I can tell you that the radiologist today can see a X-ray, and when he leverage artificial intelligence, do you know the amount of accuracy and the amount of X-rays he can see? It is phenomenal. But that doesn't mean how artificial intelligence is being leveraged. Yes, of course, artificial intelligence, natural machine learning, data analytics, programmatics, integrating marketing tools, CRM, Salesforce, absolutely being used in marketing, which I call more of a digital disruption, leveraging those. Now, if you say how are companies using it, see, at the end of the day, you have to understand technology comes at cost. It's not about we are discussing today, and that's why I was wanting to shift gears in terms of changing the discussion, because it's a panel discussion. And honestly speaking, already speakers, I was listening to them. They've already spoken about data is new oil. Jaipuria sir mentioned about that. This is all there. I mean, we know it. But art of possible is how are you actually going to leverage those technologies plus, because marketing is not all about innovation, the creativity. How are you bringing thought leadership into it? How are you using the content developers? Because everybody is doing that. I mean, right from Nestle's to XYZ, B2B business, B2C, everybody is doing that. What is it that makes you, I go back to the moments of truth. I go back to the buyer cycle. I go back to the digital touch points. I go back to the traditional touch points versus digital points. How am I as an intelligent marketer, leveraging technology, leveraging creativity, and giving those moments of truth to that customer? That is the bottom line. It's not about technology. It's not about what I have. It's about leveraging technology, whether it's IoT, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, whether I am using what I am, but it's about how I am ensuring that thought leadership in my content, how I am focusing on those touch points. Again, I will reiterate, and how I am creating those moments. That's the beauty. And I think when Professor did share a lot of data in terms of in terms of digital marketing, there are a lot of challenges. Customers are frustrated. I completely respect that. There's nothing wrong in that. I think what marketers have to do is, if any innovation is happening, you have to fail, but you have to fail fast and move on. And there's always an iteration. I mean, if this is not working, let's approach some other approach. And that is the beauty of innovation in marketing. You work, you fail fast. That's how I would like to sum up. Yes, technically, if you say how you use artificial intelligence, how you use programming, I mean, honestly speaking, morning also it was said, yeah, Google, you keep a location. Can you imagine how your data is being used? And I'll come to the last slide because I want to give, I'm being respectful, giving opportunity to other speakers, Ashish and others also. But can you imagine that, whether it is Google or anybody for that matter, the amount of digital footprints you are leaving every day, that's what social listening, I think Nadia did mention about social listening. And that's very, very critical. The amount of digital footprints you are leaving every day, I sometimes really feel is the technology evolved to that the moment you think about anything, you Google type it, it comes there. I mean, see how much a marketer, for that matter, or a product selling company or a service selling company has gone so much into you that they really want to understand you as a persona. That's why we do personification, we do persona characteristics. And that's why it's not digital which is going to help me. It's actually the content, the creativity, the innovation which is going to help me when I'm doing the personification of a particular customer. Account-based selling. Why do you do that? Why do you want to do segmentation? Why do you do customer mapping? All this because I want to bring creativity. I want to be more closer to the customer. Because there's complexity of everybody wanting to sell. There's a complexity of everybody to create those moments of truth. But what is that innovativity and creativity I'm going to create, leveraging those digital technologies that I'm going to be at the focus customer every time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir, for the insights you gave. And I think the personalization is most important here that most companies are using. Coming back to Ashish sir, I think you have a vast experience in terms of banking programs which you have led and transformed. I think that would be a good, this would be a good opportunity where you talk about that and how the transformations have happened. Over to you, sir.
Well, when Sudhir started talking, I was going to hide under a table. When he said technology is not the answer, I said, oh shoot, I need to leave. Sorry, I was kidding here. So, but then he really caught the point, right? And this is what I told you when I told you that there was resistance to technology, or suddenly now that everybody is a little bit insecure, or especially last year, I'll go to a client and I will hear the conversation saying that, hey, let's deploy a data warehouse. I'm like, why? Just because they are insecure that everybody else is doing it, so we'll do it. I said, no, this is what Sudhir is pointing at. No. What is your strategy? Everybody can do this. Everybody can get big data. Everybody can get new technology implemented. It's least important, guys. And I sell technology. And when you converse with me, and that's how I teach the class, I never use a book. And Dr. Nayak knows that. I just give everyday example because in an average daily, I talk to around 10, 15 clients. So I'm going through a small company, big company, banks and everything. And I hear all these stories and I get very scared when client says, we have deployed 3 data warehouses. I'm like, why? And they have no answer. They have no answer. So this is very right. And I'll tell you where it makes a difference. A single example in interest of time. Advertisements, right? We see that we are bombarded with advertisements everywhere. We are talking right now and that Facebook is listening. I'm my Amazon. This con here, I'm sure they are listening and enjoying this conversation and thinking, let's take some notes. Who knows, right? They all are listening to you. They're throwing advertisements at you. Otherwise, think about, we had radio advertisements. We had on the web advertisements since internet came up, but most of them were irrelevant, right? Where we are going now with the technology is what we call predictive analytics. As you hear about it, everybody heard analytics forever. Since statistics came up, we are doing analysis. But how do you make it better and better using technology? When we talk about prescriptive analysis, when we talk about predictive analytics, a very good example is as you travel now on airlines, and I travel a lot, so I've seen this peculiar thing over last 2-3, especially around last 2-3 years. I don't hear this that we are delayed because of maintenance, right? We don't hear that much now. We don't hear that. Maybe there's a weather delay, is maximum what I see, or there's a personal delay, shift is over and all that, human interventions. But why don't you hear it is the predictive analytics. We have been using, we talk about IoT. Every new plane has multiple, we are talking thousands of sensors on it. They are trying to predict something will break down based on patterns, based on data, based on historical data, and they're trying to predict and replace a part even before it goes bad. And that is one of the major reasons air conditioners don't break down in buildings. That's a major thing. Airlines are not breaking down. So there are a lot of relevance of technology. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, that's one of the key points when we talk about advertisements, right? Or customer experience. The relevance is the key. How do we make the advertisements more relevant, right? So we don't get bombarded with all junk and then we get bored and we start deleting everything. Well, let's focus on when Ashish is searching flowers. That's what Fonts and Petals did. They will say, hey, would you like to add a cake? How did they know? Well, they're connecting dots. Okay. And that's exactly where technology is leading us. That's what artificial intelligence is about. Because if humans were doing this, imagine how many human beings we need to see what Dr. Nayak needs, what Sudhir needs, right? What Rishikesh needs, and it will never end. But the idea is to churn this amount of data. You're getting data from everywhere. And that's another problem. So companies say, hey, great, we have big data warehouses, we have data lakes. I hear all these, you can as many ponds, lakes, data. Does not matter. Collect the dark data, white data, I don't care. And I sell technology and I speak in very basic human terms. All that is great. What are you going to do with it? Well, we don't know. That's the problem. Okay. The problem is not technology, because technology has become very easy now. It is so easy, right? I hope that day does not come when a child is born and first thing he asks for is a mobile phone. I am really scared about it now, looking at where we are, because 1-year-old, 2-year-olds are operating mobile phones. Ease of using technology is at the forefront, right? And that's what I was talking about my client. We are trying to make the presentation layers are so easy. When we developed mobile phone banking, guys, remember 8 patents were filed by Bank of America because there was no foundation in the world. It was so hard. It was so hard to bring up with the common technology. Look at where we are today. Yeah, it's so easy, like everything is on mobile phones, everything is everywhere. We hear that there'll be no more mobile phones in the future. That's what Apple is thinking, that we have to come up with something different. Mobile phones will go away. We will say, oh, wow, it's not possible. It's possible. You know that anything is possible, right? When Apple starts building cars, you know that anything is possible, right? Cars will be, you will not pay for cars. You'll pay for service very soon. Car will be car as a service. So overall, giving an idea, yes, artificial intelligence has a lot of utilization in terms of customer experience, customer journey. I don't want to get into this, that it has changed. We all know that the journey has changed. Customers are thinking differently. The average buying cycle is low. So we need to harness the technology to ensure, since the buying cycle is so small now. Previously, you buy a mobile phone, you're keeping it for 6-7 years. You're evaluating, then thinking, okay, we'll buy it next year and things like that. Now it is short and quick. Nobody cares. Everybody buys when they need it. You have to keep up with it. That's where you need to harness the technology. All right. So that is a key point, I think, relevance. And one thing I want to say, where technology will fail, or I must say artificial intelligence has not reached to a level, when we talk about the human empathy, the storytelling, which I'm doing right now, right? Storytelling, empathy, passion. Technology cannot do that. And in marketing, in sales, in the end, when I tell you that I am in front of all the CFOs every day, in the end, my storytelling and empathy is what buys, what makes a sale. That's not going away. All right. So we have to use technology in the right place. Relevance is the key. Relevance is the key. Enabler, yes. So I hope I made sense. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ashish. I think that was wonderful and a lot of insights. In fact, I wanted to just tell a case, actually, about John Wanamaker. Actually, a lot of academicians must be knowing about that. John Wanamaker, actually, he coined the term that half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. And the trouble is that I don't know which half. And there has been a lot of research also now, and 100 years down the line, it is said that he is not alive today, Wanamaker, but he would have all his answers today, that he would be able to accurately and precisely measure the return on investment of practically every single activity and dollar spent. I think that was wonderful. We are running short of time. I'll move to the Indian context now, and for the rural markets, actually. Since we have data of Census 2011, as well as a lot of surveys which National Sample Survey organizations have done. And in fact, a lot of people in the rural India, we have nearly 70% people living in the rural areas. And both this data, census data, as well as the National Sample Survey organization says that nearly 90% of the people do not have access to the digital devices. And I think the 21 survey, the census, which will happen in later part of now 23, I think, will give us more accurate insights on the availability of computers as such. But since the data is a little older, 2011, 2014, and the latest survey in 2018, I would like to know from Professor Das that how rural communities would be able to use this digital disruptions and how they are basically coping up, since seeing the problems that a lot of people do not have direct access to any digital computers. And we have seen, in fact, a lot of students during COVID pandemic and lockdown also were not able to attend their classes. So respond from Professor Das. Over to you.
Yeah, so I have done some study, extensive study in rural areas also, that what is the value they are getting from digital. So when we are talking about this value framework, there is some utilitarian value, that functional value, what somebody can expect from a digital platform. There is some kind of value that is telling about the social value, that I am proud of, that I am using this mobile platform, or I can connect to people. And there is some enjoyment value. They do a lot of entertainment and everything. So it is surprising to note that regarding the functional value, what are the, for example, a farmer, when he can access a lot of information from a digital platform by assessing the weather, market price, but most of the things, either they are not taking interest to get this information, and sometimes they do not know also how to use. Most of the time, education is a very big problem, how to use your digital technology. So that's why it is limited with the enjoyment and social value. More users of Facebook. Nowadays, more digital youth and farmers, they're using Facebooks and different social media to connect. And also they see a lot of time the movie, a lot of Netflix, so many things they know, I also do not know. I was discovering. They're spending a lot of time, they're doing a lot of research on that thing, because now this music is accessible, entertainment is accessible with a less broadband and less price. They do not want to go to a movie theater and everything they can see. But really, whatever you are talking about education, that a rural kid, for him in a third world country, that how we can make the education accessible. Government is doing a lot of platforms, like I have seen NISTA and all these things. A lot of work has been done, but they are not accessing this information. That is really very troublesome. So that means social value and enjoyment value dominates this utilitarian value.
Thank you, Professor Das. Coming to Ashish sir, how are these challenges actually in the if organizations are using digital marketing and on the ground people do not have access to those mechanisms? So how you see that problem and how these challenges can be solved?
Well, first of all, I know that when I say this, you will say, "Wow, that's a huge problem to solve," and you know, you are giving a pretty broad answer. But the fact of the matter is, the government has to interject, and whether it's investments in infrastructure, which they're doing, I think it's pretty heavy right now, because whenever you build highways, more and more villages get connected. And I frankly, and I keep, when I teach my students, I tell them I really follow a lot of YouTubers who actually run across India, because I miss India. When I miss India, I will just catch one YouTuber who's on the mobile and he's going to some city. I'll go on the city with him virtually and visit. And I have visited so many cities virtually because of that. But I've seen the progress in India, you know, in terms of highways and the connectivity. I think that's the key point. The base point, the foundation point will be solved by the government. You know, I had done this presentation probably for a year or two ago. You know, we hear about Digital India, Make in India, Startup India, Skill India, Rurban. Instead of urban, it was Rurban, RURBN. I think the government has a lot of initiatives. They just need to pace up. This problem also exists in developed countries like US. Our rural US is not as well connected as the urban US. Okay, you'll be amazed, but you will go and find that people still connect using telephone, which, if you remember, at one time we used to go to the internet connecting using a telephone, right? A telephone line. People still do that in US. So don't think that India is behind. I think India is in the forefront. I cannot use a mobile phone in my metro in Washington, DC, the capital of this country. Where it goes underground, this was built in like 70s or whenever. So they don't have that wireless connectivity. So I lose connection in the daytime when I'm traveling. Sometimes very rarely I travel a metro, but if I'm going to DC, nobody wants to go in the traffic using your own car. So, but in India, because, and that's what I'm saying, that this whole ideology, you know, which people have in their mind, India's behind. I'm like, you guys are totally wrong. You know, we have been punched again and again saying that you are behind, you are behind, you are behind. I said, who says that? Because, you know, when you are developing a new infrastructure in totality, like in India, the opportunity of metros, I was giving an example, you can actually be 5 steps ahead of people who have done it 30, 40 years ago. And that's the key point. That's the key point, right? I am just looking at everything. I'm looking at ISRO with all the modernization they've done with satellites. How many satellites can they launch? Can they tomorrow start competing with Elon Musk, like, you know, throwing 40 satellites at a time, which ISRO is trying. It has done successfully, and bringing the rural part together. Second thing I tell you, in rural side plus the urban side, the other focus which we have lost and we keep talking about it but have not done a lot is around women. In India, I think there was a study done a few years ago, 17% of contribution from on GDPs from females. World's average is 34%, double. And imagine how many women are there in the rural area. I think we need to focus on that. I think, and you know, everybody has mobile phones these days, guys. You know, nobody can deny that in the rural area, money is there. Everybody, this is another misconception. Oh my God, poor are in villages. Absolute. Come to a village with me in Haryana, Punjab. I'll show you how many poor live there. They have a lot of money. The key point is channeling it right. I don't think there's an issue. Yes, there is. If I go to a deep village, I belong to Rajasthan, deep village, I can, yes, guess that there will be issues with infrastructure, and that's where the focus needs to be. But overall, you know, I think that channelization of marketing to the right people, like I gave an example, females, right? Secondly, one is digital marketing. Second is how are you what sells in city may not sell in the villages, right? You can sell a liter of shampoo in the city. You know that sachets are more common in the villages. They don't spend money. They're much smarter. They spend money slowly. Okay, that's what I feel. I have a lot of, so I think I saw this topic and I said, hey, I don't have a lot of experience with rural India because I'm not there, unfortunately. But when I tell you my structure will be, let's focus on the females. Okay, how do they access the devices? They watch a lot of TV. I mean, you know, they like to watch serials and all. That's the only mode of entertainment most of the females today also have in the villages, at least. City, it has changed. It's a fact, right? How can we use social media for them? I think it's a matter of, and then the government needs to pace up. That's for sure. You know, I hear all these, I just gave you an example of this make in digital, suburb, urban and everything. How do you pace it up is the key. And then we can see the changes. And like I said, it's not only in India, like, you know, we again quoted, but it's everywhere. All right.
Thank you, Ashish, and hitting the nail on the head, actually. Coming to Sudhirji, I think you have been part of various committees at the government level, and you have vast experience with FICCI as well. Maybe would like to know.
Rishi, just sorry to interrupt in between.
Yeah,
but
5 minutes, sir.
We'll take another 2 minutes each, because I know, I mean, it's almost 2 o'clock in Washington. Mr. Ashish is so kind with us. He's here with us. So I think we'll leave him by 12:15, 12:20 maximum.
Closing, sir.
So, yes.
So these are 2 minutes.
Too early for Ashish.
You guys
Ashish,
can continue. Listen, I have another meeting after this. I'm not going to sleep. So he is wrong. He knows me.
No, sir, please be with us for another 5 minutes.
No,
I think Saini would love to felicitate you. I mean, before felicitating, she will not going to leave you. Please don't leave. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Rishi, go ahead.
Yeah, so these are your take, and since you are part of the FICCI and the various committees of the government, maybe you can wrap up in 2 minutes and your wisdom to the students.
Okay, so I think building on Ashish, and Ashish, my apologies. You're from DC, and you know, 2 a.m. in the morning. It's I mean, it's a really a privilege that you joined so early in the morning. I think building on Ashish's point of rural India, let's talk from the government side. Let's talk from the industry side. Now I'll go back to again to that you know, the digital, or I would say conventional touch points to the digital touch points. See, I think at the end of the day, a company needs to decide whether it's a B2C or a B2B or a B2C company, and basis that, you know, whether I have a rural market as my target customer, or I have an urban market as a target customer. So that's with respect to if I talk from a company standpoint. Not when it comes to that, you know, why digital? Yes, it is a challenge, honestly speaking, and we all must accept that challenge. But I also want to say what Ashish has said exactly. Let's say India's rural is much more urbanized than if you go to the developed parts of the world. Talk about Europe, talk about US, and talk about any part. Even Vietnam has got much more internet penetration than any best of the developed markets, if I would say. I mean, I was astonished to see the amount of internet penetration in Vietnam. Now, having said that, I think government has to do a lot in terms of infrastructure. I think 5G is one which is going to completely transform this. And I know there's going to be a lot of disruption with and I'm not going to name, because if somebody notes me and then somebody is going to file a suit against me, and why are you talking about companies? So, but I'm just saying that 5G is going to completely disrupt some of the big giants in this space who are right now, you know, sort of top-notch digital marketers, if I would say, where we're leveraging them. Having said that, let me sort of sum it up for the students. I think I wanted to sort of share this slide, which if you allow me, let me know if you can, and I will close this. And I know I'm being respectful of time to other speakers who are there. But I think this is one thing. At least I can say, well, there was something which I left as a leave behind. Let me know when you can see my screen as a leave behind for everyone. I think we have to understand now. Say our whole marketing, strategy, if I would say, has to have on 3 pillars. Because of the pandemic, safety is critical. Safety for our customers, and that's why if you see today, we are talking about virtual seminars. We are all even talking about virtual booths. We are talking about the customer experience in those, and the tremendous platforms which have been created by technological giants in terms of how do you want to sell your products. Now imagine now the companies have understood how much ROI we can get out of it and how much budget we can save. And there is a statistics which says how much we have spent on conventional marketing before COVID and how much we are going to spend now. And it's completely a game changer. Now that's what we have to understand. The 3 pillars: safety, security, and sustainability. And I think in the morning, everybody spoke about sustainability, did people? Because everybody talk about net zero emissions. That's how the marketing CMOs, or for that matter, people who are into marketing profession, need to think about sustainability, how they are using marketing channels which are sustainable. But I think the important point which I wanted to mention here is you have to understand from the customer standpoint, and that's the point which I wanted to make. And this was not touched, honestly speaking, was on security of this data. And you see there are, and this is important for each and every company to understand. We have EU GDPR. We have data privacy laws here in India. We have data privacy in other parts of the world which are coming. So it's important for every marketing company or any CMO to understand that how we're ensuring the security and safety of that data. And that's very, very critical. And I want to leave the thought with students, guys, marketing has completely transformed. There is a more need for data analysts, as Ashish mentioned about, there's more need for innovation, creativity, content creators. There are independent content creators. You want to be a content creator, be an independent content. Sell it. You can earn tons of money because these companies are looking for content creators. And that is what I would lead to. So it's not about just looking, okay, marketing is a conventional marketing. It's completely transformed. We are looking for data analysts. We are looking for, and CMO is more doing a CIO kind of a job. Let me tell you, that's how this whole thing is transformed. Ashish is smiling, yeah. But that's how we want, and we have to change.
Thank you, Sudhir.
Before I wrap up, I leave with this: that for anyone in digital marketing, change is an integral part of job. You must keep looking ahead and strive to embrace the new technologies, tools, and strategies to gain an edge over your competitors. Ashish, I love technology. I leverage technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the panelists. In fact, we have run out of time. I just wanted to share a small story by Thomas Friedman actually about the gazelle and the lion. So every morning in Africa, gazelle wakes up. It knows it must run faster than the fastest lion or it will be killed. And every morning a lion wakes up and it knows it must outrun the slowest gazelle Otherwise, it will starve to death. So it doesn't matter whether you are lion or a gazelle. When the sun comes up, you better start running. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Over to Shiny.
Thank you.
I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Rishikesh Pathankar for wonderfully moderating the session and bring out the nectar in the form of knowledge and wisdom. You have rightly summed up, sir, that how marketing and data science always interact with each other and how AI help to target the marketing strategy. I also express my heartiest thanks to other guests of honors and expert panelists of the session. Now, I would like to call Director Sir Dr. Tapan Kumar Nayak for presenting the virtual memento to all our guests of honors and expert panelists.
Please go ahead, Saini. Please go ahead.
Mr. Sudhir Juchi, Director Policy and Strategy, New
This is for
Initiative,
you. So this is
South Asia at UL. Mr. Ashish Patel, Managing Director, Morgan Franklin Consulting, USA.
Ashish, this will be with me. Once you visit in April, I'll hand over to you.
You remember, I have a collection here in my room. So.
Right.
Professor Satya Bhushan Dash, Professor of Marketing, IIM Lucknow.
Sir, I'll send it to you. Right.
Mr. Rishikesh Pathankar, CEO of CSC Academy and Chief Operating Officer, Education at CSC eGovernance Service India Limited.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Rishi, thank you so much. It was well coordinated, well moderated. And this memento will reach to your office very soon. Yes.
Thank you, sir. With this, our very engaging session of Panel 1 has come to its end. We hope that the audience were thoroughly intrigued by the wisdom of our distinguished panel. Thank you all. Thank you to all our eminent panel members, and we look forward for more such enlightening sessions. Dear audience, I would now like to pass on the baton to Ayushi Kansal for our second panel discussion. Over to you, Ayushi. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Aristotle said that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. And on this philosophy of holism, the holistic marketing concept is based on. I, Ayushi Kansal, student of PGDM batch 2021-23 of Jaipuria School of Business, would like to introduce the next panel of the day. The topic of our second panel is holistic marketing in the digital era. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our very honored Professor William Kohler, Dean of Regis Business School, Greater Boston, USA. He holds a strong academic position. Professor Kohler is also Senior Advisor, Green Business Development with Breathe Green City, USA. His top skills include public speaking, research, and Microsoft. I am happy to introduce our next guest of honor and expert panelist, Mr. Vinay Maheshwari. He is the Executive Director and the CEO at Sakshi Media Group. He is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of diverse industry experience in the field of strategy, sales, marketing development, and brand management with global and Indian firms. Prior to Sakshi Media Group, he was associated with Dainik Bhaskar Group as Senior Vice President, Brand Marketing. We are elated to have you, sir, today. Our next guest of honor and expert panelist, Mr. Faizan Ahmed. He is the National Head of Digital Transformation Revenue of The Hindu, India. Mr. Faizan believes that the success of digital transformation must be supported by people mindset transformation. He has authored multiple research papers in the field of service quality and consumer behavior. He's also listed in the list of top 50 content marketers in India by LinkedIn. Our next guest of honor and session moderator of this panel discussion is Professor Mohan Lal Agrawal, President, Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. Professor Agrawal is the recipient of the UAE Golden Visa for Research Excellence. He is ranked among the 251 most fabulous global education leaders and is the former professor, California State University. We welcome you, sir. With this, we hand over the session to Professor Agrawal to moderate the session by inviting distinguished panelists on the same theme, holistic marketing in the digital era.
Thank you very much, Professor Tapan Naik, for assembling such a wonderful lineup of jewels in marketing, in technology, in social consciousness, in public speaking. And I'm especially, grateful and humbled today with the kind of introduction that you have given of the people who are here. I think there is much to learn, and I will not miss that opportunity. As far as this topic of holistic marketing in the digital era is concerned, as I mentioned in my inaugural thank you or vote of thanks, that 1994 should never be forgotten as far as digital marketing is concerned, because this was the year when the first online banner ads were bought by an online magazine at that particular time, Hotwire. I'm sure my colleague, Professor William Kohler, he knows about it a lot. And this particular magazine later on became, though it was a part of a print magazine, but it created always its own independent contents. And I'm also sure, that Mr. Faizan, who is known for his content marketing in this country, will also know that how this particular was a powerful theme for that magazine. It's unfortunate that that particular magazine got into several mortiferous, so many things that happened as a result of that. So it will be difficult to track thereafter, but it was a very, very important year in terms of that. So what is the holistic marketing after that almost 36 years of the first use of the internet for marketing purposes? There are a number of ways one can talk about holistic marketing. One of the early ways of talking holistic marketing was that we should also not be afraid, or marketers should not be afraid of engaging in two very, very difficult and possibly anti-marketing techniques. The first, the so-called anti-marketing technique was called the counter-marketing. What was counter-marketing? The counter-marketing was where you were allowing the third party to also talk about the product and the company and the brand and the relationship with the market in a very, very third party, I would say, independent manner. They were sometimes barraging the product, sometimes they were criticizing the marketing, sometimes they were all keeping them in line. And let me put it that way. That will be the example of counter marketing. So this counter marketing was many times done by activists, by social stakeholders. Many times government did it. A very, very good example would be, those products which are not considered very healthy, like tobacco or any of those in that particular genre, though they also have a right. So as a result, counter marketing was done in order to protect the right of either the majority or the minority, depending upon what the product and the usage was. The second one, again, the same kind of anti-marketing was followed in the form of demarketing. Now this demarketing was done by marketers themselves, in which they tried to slow down the consumption of their own product, consumption of their own message, consumption of what they were selling in a way that becomes very, very responsible of them. So like, marketers of, I would say, oil products and those or water or many of those things which are not unwholesome. While in the first counter marketing, the products were unwholesome to say to some people. In the second case, products were wholesome, but the unbridled consumption was not wholesome. And that is why they tried to bring the demarketing, in which they would sell the product, but with a caution that please don't overuse it, don't waste it, conserve it, stuff like that. A very good example of that was probably 15 years ago in Dubai, when I was a humble part of the largest commercial bank in this part, which is called Emirates NBD Bank, in which we brought out a campaign, and that particular campaign was very highly appreciated, and the name of the campaign was Borrow Wisely. Borrow wisely, where the bank themselves was saying that please borrow wisely. Borrowing is not unwholesome, but the unbridled consumption of borrowing can be disastrous. The same thing recently has been done by several financial companies, whether it is UTI, whether it is mutual funds, whether it is ICI. Many of them have done exactly the same thing. So in this particular genre of wholesome marketing through either counter marketing or demarketing, the goal is to let consumers decide with information. Informed choices were being given rather than denial of the choice. So from that point of view, you are neither taking the position of a god or any other, but you are becoming like a counselor, that this is how this particular thing is. The same thing has been continued today in the form of emotions or heart being as much important as the brain or the mind. So you have seen many companies, whether it is Google, whether it is Cadbury's, whether it is many, that they all have talked about their brand as an addendum, not as the central part. The central part was what their connection was with the society and how they served the society from that point of view. A very, I would say, wonderful campaign in our own country, India, was from the city which I love still very much, Jamshedpur or Tatanagar, in which when Tata Steel had said, we also make steel. So that was again an example of dominance of heart over mind or logic or something like that. So where the addendum becomes the core and the core becomes the addendum. So this is another thing that I would like to say in terms of a wholesome marketing. Now, since we have such a wonderful panel of speakers, I would only say one last thought, and then I will actually take the permission of Professor Nayak to hand over the session of facilitation to my very, very close mentor, Dr. Professor William Kohler from Boston. I would request him to, after this thought, facilitate this session, chair the session, because I think your audience must get the best, and he is the best. So that's why I would give it to him to hand over this particular session. But just one last thought I would say. As you know, that in any investment decisions, financial investment decision, we always look into a kind of an indicator, which is called EPS, earning per share. Earning per share would mean that that how much profit the company is making per share. Higher the EPS, then thereafter the price of that particular share also goes up. In my opinion, marketing also needs EPS today, and it should be measured. But this EPS must be defined slightly differently, and perhaps from the point of view of wholesome marketing, which is the topic of today. To me, the first E would be either empathy or ethics. Empathy or ethics. In my opinion, marketing must be known by the good practices, by the practices which others can also be proud of. They should have empathy, especially in the post-pandemic or pandemic era, where people are hurting, the families are hurting. To me, the earnings are not important. Empathy and ethics are very, very important. It could be a variety of things that we talked about, but at this moment, I will leave it at that. that ethics or empathy. That should be the first. The second one is the P. And to me, P should be in here, personalization. Personalization, customization. We do have that ability, very big ability, thanks to our technologies that we have. Even later on, I'll talk about metaverse also, that how this particular thing is changing marketing. But personalization, to my mind, is the best thing. And personalization of the entire buying experience, not just the buying, not just product, not just price, not just payment system and all, the whole consumption experience. So to me, that will be another indicator by which I will put my money into a marketing stock or a marketing brand through P. And the third is S. And for me, that particular S stands for satisfaction and service. You can call it satisfaction with a smile. You can call it satisfaction with service. For me, most important thing is how you are serving the people. Serving the people in terms of convenience, in terms of all those things. So to me, wholesome marketing is EPS-driven marketing. To me, EPS marketing is the thing for this digital era, where probably physical contact is going to be replaced either by virtual experience or by artificial intelligence or augmented reality, virtual reality. So many things that are happening that I think, to me, this particular thing will be to that part very, very important. So with these opening remarks, I hand over the entire session to my wonderful friend, Professor William Kohler. Sir, please take this responsibility and relieve me from this very difficult task of chairing. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Dr. William Kohler.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. Really have enjoyed what I've seen so far. Very interesting work. And Dr. Agarwal, as always, a beautiful and humble introduction from you, sir. Greatly appreciated. And I have to say, your repurposing of EPS is going to stick with me for quite a long time. I like that quite a bit. That's very, very clever and yet telling all at the same time. Right? So we're here to discuss the concept of holistic marketing and look at some specific instantiations of it. I thought I might ask Mr. Ahmed to start us off, if you wouldn't mind, sir, with your talk. Just because
Mr. Vinay or Mr. Faizan?
Oh, I was Mr. Faizan. I was thinking would start, and then I might bring up the rear. So, Mr. Vinay, if you don't mind, the coveted middle slot, sir.
Perfectly all right with me. That's okay. So
yes, Faizan, over to you.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know how to start because most of the point has been really beautiful summed up by Mohan sir. But I will still try to put a context and try to justify this topic of holistic marketing in digital era. So before I get into what we as an organization are doing to tackle this problem, I'll just give you a small insight what's our understanding of holistic marketing is. If we really have to ask a question to ourselves today, do you really think how many ads a normal individual is being exposed to in a single day? How many marketing communication we are exposed? I don't have a detailed data, but I was referring to a report which was published in 2017 by Forbes, which says a single individual is roughly exposed to 7,000 advertisements in a single day. Then I was going to another report which says how many times we are using our mobile phone, which can be a clear example. We have got almost 748 million mobile users in our country. That report was again amazing. Every 2 minutes, a person is checking his mobile phone to check on messages, maybe on social platform, or maybe on a content consumption pattern. What I really believe now, where we are living. We are literally living in an era of what we call an information overload. So as Manohar Mohan sir has mentioned, that 1994 is an year to remember. So if we try to understand a communication channel pre-digital era and a post-digital era, most of the communication used to be a single-minded in nature. We as a brand were promoting certain concept, but there was less of overlap between a same user. What has happened in current scenario? Now a single user is being exposed to multiple communication via multiple channels. So suppose if I consider myself to be a user, once I wake up, first thing I will do, I will just go and check on WhatsApp messages. Have I received any WhatsApp messages or not? Then while having breakfast, I may love to read a newspaper. While communicating with the help of Bluetooth or a radio, again, I am being exposed to a certain communication. And via mobile, within the digital, we have multiple options to explore. Maybe a digital is not what you call a single element. It is further divided into various parts, be it social, be it display banner, be it search. And now we recently in the last conversation, we talked about influencer marketing. And thanks to the data revolution which has come, you can definitely target a person to a level of one, a unique level of one. So what we personally believe, in order to ensure that my message is going directly to a user, what needs to be done? There should be a proper and a single communication which should be seated in the mind of a user. What we are trying to do with the help of communication or all those digital marketing efforts, we are trying to capture a share of brand recognition in the user's mind. This is what we are trying to achieve at the end of the day. So whenever we are crafting any communication, I believe each and every brand should focus on one thing, to create one communication message for what we stand for. Whenever we go and say, this brand is good, how we come to know that this brand is good? Any brand having a good or a bad is just the positioning the brand was able to create in my mind. When I go and interact with many of my customers, they talk about digital transformation. And when you ask them, sir, what you are doing in digital, they will say, sir, Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords, we are doing, and they think it's end of digital. So actually, we are not trying to fix each and every part as a whole. So we have to understand, like when we solve a puzzle, the entire puzzle is nothing without one single piece, and the single piece is nothing without the entire puzzle. So you have to substantiate each and everything. So in spite of all those theoretical information which is available, I'll just give you a couple of examples what we as an organization has done to handle this problem. So first, let's try to understand what we stand for. We as an organization always stand for trust and alternative voices. Who are the element whom we are serving to? As an organization, I'm catering, I'm responsible to my user who come and consume the content on our platform. So there has to be one approach which needs to be taken and communicate our brand message. Second leg or a part to it is the advertisers or all those clients who work with us to send their message to the set of users I am catering to. And third important leg is our own people, the employee, who are really working very hard to make a brand known for what we are trying to establish with. That's why when it comes to trust in whatever communication channel we use, be it social media, be it print media, be it event, be it WhatsApp messages, EDM, so on and so forth, any communication, we will ensure that whatever messaging which is going out there in the market for my user, it should revolve around the word trust, so that we can bring a clarity to our user. And that's why we have gone a step forward. You go and visit the Hindu, read any article of the Hindu. At the end of the article, you will see our editorial code of ethics. That's how we are trying to solve this problem and increase and build trust among our users. Because we need to understand, facts needs to be a fact. So we never want or intend to be a breaking news website. Even after taking so much of care, we still do mistakes. Opinion may vary. Opinion of mine will be different from Professor William, from Vinay. Everybody has a different way of analyzing the data. But one thing which is under our control is reporting a fact. A day can't have 24 hours. It needs to be 24 hours. For somebody, it may be cold. For somebody, it may be hot. That's how we are trying to solve this particular problem to our user, by sharing what we are known for. Sharing those regular communication, which is built around trust. Whatever subscription-driven exercises we are doing, all those communication are built about trust. And what resulted this? If I look into the analytics data of the Hindu, we enjoy 37% of direct traffic. Those communication is now resulting into loyalty. But what is happening nowadays, every brand is just focusing on how many leads I am getting. Nobody is talking about the upper funnel. First, we have to get into a consideration. Lead is an end result, which comes once your consideration set has been established. Now, addressing to the other segment of our ecosystem, which is our advertisers with whom we are doing business. We have changed our strategy. I personally believe in the age of information, we are one of the most uninformed people because we really don't know which information to rely upon. I still remember my graduation days. I used to go to library 2 hours before my session gets started. We'll search out for 4 or 5 books just to read one Moon's method. During the process, I will get exposed to various other techniques. But now what we are doing, if somebody says in 1994, this particular website was the first one to share an information, I will go and Google it up. Are we really sure from where I'm getting those information? Is that the correct platform to get those information? So how we are building trust of our advertiser? One approach I have taken. I have trained my entire sales team. Whenever required, your advertiser asks for any data, don't share them up what you call a JPEG or a PNG image. Show them the analytics live. Any client, if you go and show them the Google Analytics data live, it will really delight them, and this will build a trust between you and your advertiser, because GA data is something which is very being owned by an organization. Nobody else will have an access, but the moment you are exposing your advertiser to those data, it will bring an element of trust. That's how we are trying to address the core principle we are known for, trust, to our advertisers, and we are seriously taking lots of effort to establish those. So as a sales policy also, we have changed this entire thing. We are training our people on those lines. So that's how we build trust among our advertisers. We should not shy away. We don't want to be a number one. Hey, I became a number one by serving to 100 million users. I don't want to be, but I should know if I am reaching out to 30, 35 or 40 million of users, I should be well informed of who these people are. It's not only the audience. Capturing your audience at the correct time is equally important. Maybe I, being a Faizan, will behave differently at different times. Same goes for the platform itself. That's we have to build it up. Third important thing, how to generate or how to create the same principle of trust to your people. I don't know whether I can say this or not, but I believe we were the first company who has merged the entire print and digital sales team. So in March, now there is no separate digital sales team, because our intention is to be a digital first company. So we have merged our entire digital sales team and a print sales team with a belief, with a trust that our people understand the values of the Hindu as an organization, and with the proper reskilling and training, we can transform them up. And I'm happy to share, we have almost triple our revenue in last 24 months from the contribution which was happening via sales. How to achieve that? First thing what we have done, we have formed a unit called Digital Center of Excellence. Why this was required? So we don't want to train all our people at one go. We selected a batch of 16 people, get them through almost a 3-month long intensive training program to try and understand each and every aspect of digital advertising and sales, along with the help of my industry friend and the agency people who are helping us with the internal journey. And we have ensured that all this training should be done by the internal people, because external speaker may come and talk about the ecosystem. They will come and say, hey, digital is growing at what you call a CAGR of 38%. Our intention is how we can be a part in that particular growth. I want my team people to understand how this 38% growth can be achieved and how this is helping us. Because if you go and talk to our advertiser in current scenario, every client is looking forward for a digital transformation, but they don't know how to do this. So once my sales people is going and interacting with those clients, they can feel confident, they can trust on our people. Hey, they are the one who understand print really well. They are the one who understand events really well, and they are the one who can also help me with the digital understanding journey. So to sum up, I won't take much more of time, but to sum up, my understanding is we have to decide and make it very clear what we are known for. If you are able to find that as a brand and then create our communication strategies with all those all the communication revolving around this. Maybe an ROI for each of the communication would be different. That's again a part of our journey. Some learning will happen, some unlearning will happen. But we have to ensure how we are using the entire communication channel for the benefit of the brand. That's it from my side.
Lovely, Faizan. Lovely, Mr. Faizan. Really, really enjoy how you bring trust to the forefront, and the transparency you speak of is particularly noteworthy because it is so rare. I think we'll save questions for the end of the session, but I've got several for you, sir. Mr. Vinay, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Faizan. It was very well put. Well, of course, Faizan comes from the media background, and good that he shared certain points. So I'll try and stay away from media, though I also come from the media background. So having invested this is my 26th year in the corporate side, and last 16 I've invested in core media, in the core media businesses. And part of this media businesses, I also got a lot of opportunity to work with tons of brands. So when I say tons of brands, I've been on the strategy side and on the discussion side with about no less than 500 odd brands. So there's a learning that today I'm going to talk about, which comes from kind of an amalgamation of all of that I've kind of curated over the years. So for me, first of all, the advertising and marketing, we interchangeably use these terms. Okay. See, advertising is a lot different to marketing, right? Marketing still holds the very old fort. Advertising platforms have been changing. Communication platforms have been changing. Reach methodology has been changing. Okay, the funnel, which is right from consideration to shortlist, to getting a trial, to converting into a purchase set, to converting into a repeat, and to convert into a fan, is still the same what it was 100 years ago. It's just that this methodology is changing. But if you look at typically how it is, and the way I put it, consumer behavior versus human behavior. Okay, so this is how the marketing is probably transforming. In the early, in the 80s, when the marketing was the thing, and 90s when it kind of started shaping up, there was a lot of focus on consumer behavior. Came in digital era, and we started focusing on human behavior. So the very first fundamental change that I have noticed and I have been working on is looking at our consumer as a human first. Okay, so this change has really helped. Okay, well, we all have product centricity. We all know a product. We know that the product comes with certain logics, certain rationals, and that kind of gives us the confidence to talk to the market. But what happens after that? After that comes in human, which is the emotion. Okay, so you bring in a product, you establish your differentiation, and then you target the emotions. So this was almost the same, what it was earlier, what it is now. Then obviously came in the digital era. In the digital era, we all started with the data-driven sciences. And then from the data-driven sciences, we moved to social sciences. And from the social sciences, we are now moving to quantum sciences, like, the machine learning, the AI, the 3D, the various things, and the blockchains and AR, VRs. But look at what all these technologies are achieving for you. Same engagement, same excitement. It's just that the tech is different. The ways of doing it is different. So if you look at marketing, you're still reaching out to the consumer. You still want consumer's attention. You still want to hold consumer as the loyalist. So if you look at the marketing funnel per se, the marketing fundamentals per se, marketing fundamentals are more or less the same. Okay, it's the way you advertise. It's the way you advertise, the way you reach out. That has been changing. And needless to mention, obviously, ever since the digital era has come, the speed to market has changed tremendously. The definition of trust has been changing. Visibility is creating a lot of trust. Okay, so for example, platforms like Swiggy's and Zomato's, they come from the blue, and just in 2 years they carve out a brand. Okay, that's also to do with the experience, and the experience is also bringing in trust. See, the trial, if you see, in early 90s, we weren't exposed to so much of trials. Right now, the kind of trials that we are exposed to, we weren't exposed to the kind of influencers or kind of experiential learnings. Now on every platform there are experienced users sitting, they've been sharing, so there are reviews, there are so it's like the word of mouth that we used to talk in the early 80s, that the word of mouth is much larger now. Okay, it's much larger now. So if you see the fundamentals, the way I see, and after having handled so many brands, I see there's nothing changed in marketing. All that has changed in the ways we advertise, in the ways we are reaching out to audiences, in the ways we are creating those experiences. I think that has changed. So speed to market has changed. Speed to innovate has changed. Consumer funnel is still the same. Customer journey is still the same. Okay, is the fundamentals of customer journeys has not changed. User behavior, the consumer behavior is now a user behavior. Okay, so some of those terminologies have changed. So for me, it's not about machine learning, it's about deep learning. Okay, I think it's not about machine learning, it's about deep learning. Machine learning is still a science. Okay, it's about deep learning, how you actually learn your consumer, how you actually create the universe with your universe within that universe. So how do you actually differentiate, and how do you actually ensure that your universe is your universe and will remain your universe because you have the handle of innovation with you. Okay, so a lot of those things have to be looked at. This ecosystem is very different, but as I said, and I've been saying, the marketing fundamentals are still the same. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. Maybe we can connect it towards the end of the session. I would love to take those questions, because that's where I think my experience can be better utilized.
Certainly understood. That was a brilliant formation, Mr. Vinay, I have to say. I'm particularly drawn to your distinction between consumer behavior and human behavior. I think that resonates for me with what Dr. Mohan was talking about at the start, with ethics and empathy at the heart of what we should be doing in marketing. I'm going to jump in now, share some thoughts, if you all don't mind, and share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Wanted to frame holistic marketing a little bit for us, perhaps especially important for the students in the session today, but also so we're on the same page. But at the same time, I wanted to highlight, to my mind, the aspect of holistic marketing where we as a profession are falling down on the job. So in setting the terms, my favorite marketing quote of all time right here, Robert Louis Stevenson, the author of Treasure Island, 19th century English novelist, everyone lives by selling something. Now, to marketers, those words are music to our ears, I suppose, right? It's also a little sad on a different level, but we won't go there. In talking about what holistic marketing is, I think it's important to understand the elements and how they come together. And again, this is all my understanding. Different people look at it a little differently, but we should all look at it holistically, I guess. The first aspect, of course, is relationship marketing, right? How do you, as Vinay was just talking about, right? How do you take the customer through that journey? How do you turn someone into a fan, right? Integrated marketing, how do we make sure that our channels are working together? How do we make sure that our messaging is consistent and on brand? So as Faizan was saying, we can build that trust, with the consumer, right? Nothing will sap consumers' trust more quickly than mixed messaging on brands, right? A brand and brand equity only exists in the mind of a customer, right? Let's be clear about that. Third aspect, and the one I want to focus on a little bit more, is internal marketing. Right? How do you get your teams, your personnel, your most valuable resource, your human capital? How do you get everyone pulling in the same direction? Okay. How do you maximize, to put it in Marxist terms, if you will, how do you maximize the extraction of surplus value from your teams, right? And then, of course, societal or socially responsible marketing, right? How do you enable your customer base, your other stakeholders to realize that, oh yes, we are good corporate citizens, right? Now, in the United States, that's become perhaps the most, the most salient aspect of marketing today, perhaps, right? But let's drill down a little bit more. Now, if we're thinking about why we want to take this overall approach, some of it's obvious, but I think it's always good to put the ideas out there. Obviously, we want that consistency in messaging. We want the brand to be transparent and trustworthy. Authenticity is, well, for many people, of course, they think of it as the antithesis of what marketing's all about. We know better, of course. Authenticity is crucial, especially in terms of the explosion of users, the explosion of reviewers, the explosion of word of mouth Vinay was talking about. How do you get through? How do you break through the clutter and make the consumer believe that your brand, your company is authentic? Difficult. Holistic marketing offers some answers. Obviously, when all of your channels, all of your outreach pulling in the same direction, you become much more efficient, and you can tailor the same message to different audiences and still keep the consistency. Obviously, holistic marketing expands the reach. Who can we get in contact with? Those 7,000 ads a day, right? We need to maximize the value of that for our organizations. Holistic marketing is also about taking care of your stakeholders, right? In India and in the US, not just government, but especially civil society is asking so much more of firms than it ever has before. Firms need to be environmentally, socially. In the US now, politically upfront, active, and seen to be doing, quote unquote, the right thing. And of course, no two people agree on what that right thing is. Makes our job of being a marketer a whole lot more difficult, my friends. And of course, direct regulation can be better served with a focus on marketing that identifies exactly how the organization contributes value to society outside of simply the products it sells. And finally, of course, holistic marketing is ultimately all about customer retention and loyalty, because everything we do is about customer retention and loyalty, right? Now, if we're looking at these elements, just a quick check of how we're doing, right? Relationship marketing. This has become part and parcel of what every good marketer does, right? Transactional marketing is so 1950s, folks. I think especially most of the larger and of course tech-oriented firms are doing a pretty good job of relationship marketing. Integrated marketing, that consistency, all right? That multi-channel, even omni-channel approach. I think we're doing pretty well there too. I think that, sure, there are some firms that still think of digital as simply Facebook, but those firms don't stick around very long now, do they? Right? In terms of societal or socially responsible marketing, again, I think we're doing really good work here. Now, a lot of it may fall under the rubric of greenwashing, okay? Pretending to be environmentally conscious when you're not. In the US today, virtue signaling is the order of the day in marketing. You need to demonstrate that you are serving a diverse audience, that you are that you care about the less fortunate, that you care about the disenfranchised, because otherwise the brand does not resonate. Okay? Now, it's internal marketing. How you talk to your own people, how you engage your own teams, how you excite them about the brand that they're working for. This, my friends, is where I'd argue that we don't do a very good job, right? Because there's no direct money in internal marketing, right? There aren't metrics for return on internal marketing investment that I have seen. Now, the problem is then you end up with a three-legged table, as it were, right? And that fourth important leg of internal marketing is something I want to stress a little bit for us. Now, we think about the benefits of doing so, of focusing on our own people, and this means at every level, okay? It's not enough just to make sure that your leadership team, just to make sure that your C-level is on board. You want, more important than anything, you want the people who are directly touching your customers to be the most enthusiastic about your brand, about your products, okay? Now, keeping employees, very difficult these days, especially for skilled workers, right? That's become, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in a second, that's become a huge issue in the US over the past 18 months in particular. Hey, it's always been important, folks, right? The top talent will always be stolen away if it can be. But we have issues that go more deeply and extend to frontline service personnel. You also are able to expand employee engagement with good internal marketing, okay? And that's a two-way street these days, okay? You want to hear from your employees. You want to hear what they value in the company they work for. You want to hear what they value in the products, services they sell. Now, take it a step further, when you get to employee evangelism, where your employees are actively outside of their regular work duties, simply singing the praises of your product, your service. Well, hey, you've just expanded your marketing team free of charge. Love it. And you get to the authentic, word of mouth, trusted sort of communication. It's also easier to recruit employees if you've got a happy team. People want to work where other people enjoy working. And of course, internal coordination. When you have better internal marketing, your folks, and remember, it's not always cheerleading, right? Internal marketing is also about communicating the strategies of the organization, right? So that the team understands what we're trying to do, what we're all trying to accomplish. How can we pull in the same direction if we don't know what direction we should be pulling? Okay. So, and finally, of course, you're reinforcing everything you're doing in your standard marketing efforts when it happens internally as well. Okay. Now, some of the issues, of course, right? One issue we have in the US right now is what we call the Great Resignation. In November alone of this year, over 4 million Americans quit their jobs. That's about, what, 3.8% of the total workforce in 1 month turnover. That's amazing. More still to the point, though, 71% of full-time employees in the US right now are actively seeking additional employment. Wow. It's a good time not to be an HR manager, folks, I'll tell you that. Because it's happening left, right, and center. A bigger issue for my mind, though, if your team doesn't feel invested in the organization, in your products, in their coworkers, if they have no skin in the game, they don't really care. Well, guess what? Customers know this. Customers experience this. Now, would also argue that it goes, goes a little bit beyond that. Sorry, I'm just going to redo my slide here for a second.
Professor Collette, I just wanted to intervene here.
Oh, sure.
That we will have the session till 1:15 IST. So we have around 8 minutes time with us.
Understood.
Wind up. Yeah, please.
Thank you for that, sir. No real voice in decision-making for employees. What does that mean? That means they don't care as much again, right? And you miss out on the opportunities to draw upon their expertise, their knowledge base. Obviously, COVID has made this even more essential because now employees are worried about their health as well. I see it coming together through, if you will, a digitally mediated stakeholder management approach. Identify who your people are, who your key folks are. Analyze what each group, right? And here I'm thinking when we're looking internally, you're breaking them down into categories, right? You're planning for how to work with them and designing strategies around how to engage them. Always these days, especially given the increasing youth of the workforce, or at least what looks like youth to me from my perspective here, has to be omni-channel, folks. You have to be reaching them where they spend their time, right? And you know what? For generations X and Y, Z especially, it's not email anymore, unfortunately, because I love email. So just to wrap up on this, to get your team together, to extend that marketing mission all the way through, you got to start from the inside. If your team isn't on board, your customers sure as hell will not be. Think about internal stakeholders in terms of what matters to them. Those are the categories you should use, right? Not, oh, this is my job description. That's part of it. But how do you reach them? You have to, as Dr. Mohan was talking about earlier, you have to personalize, right? Make sure that issues that affect multiple groups of stakeholders are the ones you attack first, and the ones, of course, they're more mission critical. And of course, a theme of this session, I think, is consistency in your branding, right? So I'll stop sharing now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor William. Of course. It was really wonderful to listen. You started with internal marketing and you ended up with, you know, omni-channel processes. Of course, I mean, I heard about the resignation, but the new concept you have talked about, the great resignation. I think we'll discuss this offline, and we may keep a separate session for the great resignation for the organizational benefits. So thank you so much. I have you know, very one-liner, 3 questions to 3 eminent speakers today. We'll start from Faizan. Faizan, if you can, I mean, being the head of, you know, digital transformation revenue of the Hindu, you can please highlight how the holistic intervention, I mean, how do you see that the holistic intervention of marketing disruptions are there in your organization? And to be brief, in 1 minute, if you take.
Okay, I'll just put it very simple. Thanks, Professor William, for sharing those slides. And when I got this responsibility of digital transformation 2 years back, trust me, the first point which I thought was that how to improve the trust of internal stakeholder. Because I was supposed to work with the people who have never been exposed to digital sales. So that was the first thing we have done, and I'm still working on those lines. And trust me, once you are able to build a trust of your people, you sail smoothly. Now we are seeing lots of synergy. Lots of people are coming and helping us. But if you talk about the entire holistic marketing approach, not from a brand perspective, I must say, if you are offering digital as a solution, that's also one of the marketing we have to do internally, as well as convey that message to our external advertiser. Hey, they are the folks who were servicing you for print business earlier. Now they are the only one who will talk to you about digital also. So when we set up this entire thing, I've set up the entire thing on 4 T's. Unless and until the first 3 T's are aligned together, you can't achieve that 4th T, which is transformation. I call it the first T as trust. Means trusting among your people. As an individual, I have to trust that I can transform, I can change. So unless and until that T is not established, you can't think about transformation. The second T stands for transparency. Once you work in integrated approach or a closed approach, lots of differences will come. So we need to have a proper transparency between all the teams working together. We may debate, we may discuss, we may have different of opinion, but once anything has been finalized, let's work towards a common goal. That's the second T I follow. Then third important T is training. Nobody is going to have a dream in the sleep and say, hey, from tomorrow onwards, I will take a baton and sell a digital. Invest time on your people. This will give them a confidence, which you are talking about, internal marketing. Once you re-skill them, they will feel more motivated. So just staying with the organization is not the monetary part. The people see how my career path is being progressing. And if you get an opportunity to do something like that, there is no more satisfying job you can have.
Absolutely.
Once these 3 T's, that trust, transparency, and training is in the proper direction, definitely it will lead to the transformation. It will lead to the transformation of people. So that's how basically I define marketing. Totally in line with you, sir, that internal marketing is something we should focus upon, because if your people are not convinced about your product, you can't be sure about the rest of the world.
Thank you, Faizan. Absolutely, you are right, and I think you are in this. You are in the correct line. You know, keep the trust. I think the media industry, you people are, you and Vinay both are there in the media industry. I think more than trust, there is nothing. So you're absolutely right, and keep your internal marketing very strong, so that the holistic marketing is going to depend on that. Thank you so much, Faizan. It was really wonderful to listen to you. Now coming back to Mr. Vinay. Vinay, you also, being a person from media industry, I just wanted to understand, though in fact you told that you are not going to talk about the media industry today, but yes, I'm insisting you that you at least focus on how do you see the digital transformation into the media industry these days. Okay. Because this is playing a vital role for the consumers.
Sure. So, see, like Faizan used 4 T's. Let me also use another word, and let me use the 3 C's. So this is all about collate, create, and curate for me.
Wonderful.
So basically, it's about collate what you do, what you are known for, what you can do, create the best out of it, and keep curating what you create. So if you just keep curating what you create, let me tell you, you will constantly be in that area, which is the area where you will be able to differentiate yourselves with others. Okay. So honestly speaking, holistic marketing is, to me, is still sticking to the marketing fundamentals, still ensuring that you have something that's solving something for people. Okay. So your product, your services should be solving a problem for the people, and you should be solving them in a very differentiated manner. Okay. So that people have a reason to come to you and keep coming back to you. Okay. So when we are there on the media side, and I've been a part of the political marketing as well, and I did public policy marketing, I did political marketing as well. See, I can tell you from my experience from the ground, why do some leaders continuously keep winning, and why do some leaders, kind of just come up and go off? Okay, this is what it sums up to. Okay, so if you can just stick to the basics of marketing, fundamentals of marketing, rest all is only execution to me.
Wonderful, wonderful, Mr. Vinay. Thanks for portraying the 3 C's very beautifully, and thanks Faizan for putting 3 T's and 3 C's. I'm learning a lot from today's conversation, today's deliberations. I do not know how much students are getting, but I personally getting a lot. Now coming back to Professor William, I mean, it was really wonderful to listen to you, Professor. My very simple question, I mean, it's not a question. I mean, I have a doubt how the societal or social marketing, do you believe is adding values to the holistic marketing behavior? I hope you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, and this ties in with some of the beautiful thoughts from my fellow panelists, right? Socially responsible marketing builds the trust and aids to the transparency that Mr. Faizan was talking about. And as Vinay was talking about, ultimately, of course, we need to differentiate. How do you differentiate yourself in an environment in which people's values have really come to the fore in their purchasing decisions like we have never seen before? Okay. How do you do that? Well, you craft a brand image that portrays your organization as a socially responsible actor, as an organization not just that provides us lovely hot and sweet spice for our food, but an organization that makes the planet better. Because consumers increasingly will not settle for less than that.
Right.
And yeah.
Thank you, Professor William. I think we are running short of time. Dr. Nitin is looking at me that we have already crossed the time. I'm not going to take much time, but yes, before I wind up, being the director of the institute, it's my honor and privilege to thank all 4 esteemed panelists, Professor William College, Mr. Faizan, my own dear student. Okay, I feel privileged to have him all the time. Okay, and Mr. Vinay, of course, it was wonderful to listen to you today. And my, a mentor, a friend, a guide, a philosopher, Dr. Mohanlal Agarwal. So thank you all the esteemed panelists for putting your, highly genuine, valuable and practical approach as far as the holistic marketing is concerned. I basically not from marketing area, but I think gradually, eventually, I'm learning marketing a lot. So thank you so much, all the panelists.
Can I just add one thing, sir, if you do not mind?
Yes, please.
A special note of thanks to Dr. Kohler,
yeah,
who is at this moment 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, yes. Our sincere thanks to you. 3 o'clock.
I saw a point now. And really, with folded hands, Dr. Saab, I'm thanking you. With folded hands, I'm thanking you that you have done us such a big favor. Believe me, this institution, Jaipuria, is known for humility, service, and everything that goes with it. And you may not know, but Dr. Nayak, I mean, not that we are like exchanging compliments, but Dr. Nayak, I know him for the last now almost 6-7 years. in his previous also stints in other colleges. But one thing which has defined him, and I hope to God continues to define him, his humility and his service to the society. This is wonderfully, I can say without any hesitation, such a humble man and such a wonderful ideas, really. So thank you, Dr. William, for allowing us. On behalf of Dr. Nayak, for so many other people, I really, really thank you for this particular thing itself also, that you were in the middle of the night or early hours of the morning. You really are wonderful sunshine to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think over to you, Saini, for the felicitation ceremony. Yeah. Saini.
I would like to call Director Sir. I would like to request Director Sir for presenting the virtual memento for all our guest of honor and expert panelists.
Go ahead.
Professor William Kohler, Dean of Regis Business School, Greater Boston, USA.
It's for you. It's our gratitude to you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, Executive Director and CEO, Sakshi Media Group, India.
Thank you, sir. It's for you. We'll send it to you, sir. So,
Mr. Faizan Ahmed, National Head of Digital Transformation, Revenue of The Hindu, India.
Thanks, Faizan. It's for you.
I will come and collect, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Dr. Mohanlal Agrawal, President of Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai.
डॉक्टर साहब आपके लिए है, हमारे पास रहेगा जब आप आएंगे.
I again extend a warm thanks to all our experts and guests who have joined us from across the globe. Now for the valedictory session, I would request Shiny Goyal to take over. Over to you, Shiny.
Leaders always practice the 3 R's: respect for self, respect for others, and responsibility for all their actions. Good afternoon to everyone present here, respected galaxy of intellectuals and all my dear friends. I, Shiny Goyal, student of PGDM batch 2021-23 of Jaipuria School of Business, is happy to introduce you all to the guest for the valedictory session. The most significant event in a student's life is the moment at which he gets blessed with the insightful learning from such eminent personalities that could alter the course of his or her life. Very rarely we come across such exemplary people who not only manage to keep ourselves on our toes with childlike excitement, but also make us yearn for more. Our speaker today is the living epitome of that. I will take this opportunity to invite our eminent marketing professor of Jaipuria School of Business, Professor U.M. Amin. Professor U.M. Amin brings along with him his 46 years of extensive experience, which not only is a fuel to energize his disciples, but also a useful learning bite in their kitty. Professor Amin is a former director at Center for Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Professor Amin has been teaching subjects that include strategic management, marketing management, and related electives such as advanced consumer behavior, B2B marketing, sales and distribution management for the last over 15 years. We request Professor Amin to kindly address the audience. Welcome, sir.
Amin sir, please unmute yourself. Amin sir.
Thank you, Shiny, for that very generous introduction. I don't think I deserve that, but in any case, thank you very much for the kind words. We are in the final leg of today's conclave. Professor Mohan Agarwal Sahab, of Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Mr. Nitin Sharma, he's marketing leader, India and South Asia, BD Medical, Pharma and Systems. And our very own Dr. Tapan Naik Sahab, Director, JSB, and Dr. Nitin Saxena, Coordinator for the conclave, which has been so admirably conducted to the precision. I welcome all the panelists, honorable panelists, to this concluding session. Dear faculty colleagues, and last not the least, very dear students of both the batches 2020-22 and 2021-23. We have had two very engaging sessions earlier on. A1 on marketing innovation in digital era and holistic marketing in the digital era, which has just concluded. For me personally, it has been highly enriching experience, and I'm sure it's been so for all other participants to this in this conclave. I would like to divide my short kind of presentation, which is not a formal presentation, but in two parts. And these two parts are around the two themes of the earlier panels, actually, and try and put in my humble thoughts around these two themes. We all know the overall theme is marketing disruptions in digital era. And I would rather like to extend it further and kind of rephrase it for my own convenience into reinventing marketing in digital era. And that's the need of the hour, and that is what flows from these two themes, actually. Disruption is not new. It has just got more intense. This disruption has always been there of different nature. And that sets the course for rethinking marketing. The digital disruption is probably still, in my opinion, still in its infancy, and I don't know, with kind of emerging technologies which are on the horizon may possibly lead to far more disruptive disruptions in times to come, actually. And this will profoundly change the way how brands connect with buyers. And we are seeing it already happening in emerging technology area. However, most of the marketing is still stuck in traditional mindsets, if I may say so. It has evolved over time from the last century's product production orientations to sales orientation to marketing orientation, and if I may add, holistic marketing orientation. And I would like to coin another term as an extension is holistic digital marketing orientation. And that is what the present times are all about. Now, content marketing, as Mr. Faizan had been discussing in the earlier session, is the most critical aspect of modern marketing. And its focus naturally has always been customer. It's obvious that that we are in disruptive cycle right now. The world is chaotic, unpredictable, complex, to say the least. It's been a perfect storm, but I'm sure all of us can weather this storm and come out winners, hopefully. Over the past few years, we have seen a fair share of disruptive forces in the form of COVID-19, and I'm sure we will be leaving it behind. Recession, and for social tensions. Digital disruption per se began with digital channels and digital devices. How it has evolved historically, as Dr. Naik had right in the inaugural session had admirably captured from the onset of millennium when Facebook, when LinkedIn was launched, and then the entire evolution we have seen leading up to Snapchat and so on and so forth. So how organizations and more specifically CMOs across organizations need to take on the current and emerging challenges. In my opinion, there were 4 or 5 things which they should be addressing. A, act as visionary for the future of the company, because in my opinion, marketing is strategy and strategy is marketing. Building adaptive capabilities is what is called for. Integrate digital technologies naturally with the kind of digital disruption which you're witnessing. Tighten the alignment with sales function. Now that's something which probably is a new thought which is emerging in the marketing area. From marketing to sales, there's a perennial disconnect, so to say, and I've been seeing it in the industry over the last 3 or 4 decades. However, there is now a dire need for connecting marketing to sales function per se, because sales function selling takes over, from the picks up the threads from marketing. So that needs to be tightened. And lastly, take accountability naturally for the ROIs on marketing spending. Now, in the end of it all, with all digital disruption, etc., we are seeing, but I'm of the considered opinion that fundamentally, this is in this all maze of digitalization and so on and so forth, we really need to not to lose sight of the very fundamental of marketing function, and that is the customer need and the need to create value, customer value, in whatever the organization does, and deliver that value to the customer better than competitors, and that's the key. So much so about the first theme, and I would like to pick threads from where Dr. William Coyler left on holistic marketing concept or holistic marketing orientation, and connect also with Mr. Vinay Maheshwari when he talked about consumer behavior to human behavior. Right, so from holistic marketing orientation to comprehensive consumer orientation, and then the new term possibly which struck me is holistic digital marketing orientation. Now, I would only just want to add and conclude after this is that holistic marketing orientation typically talks about matching the dimension of customer, competitor, and the company with the most fundamental activities which marketers perform in terms of value creation, communicating value, and delivering value. So on the one side, you have activities as dimension. On the other side, you have company, customer, and competitor. And that 3x3 matrix gives rise to 9 spaces. And each of these 9 spaces, you really need to bring in the digital technologies. And how do you really capture value from each of these spaces to be able to deliver overall superior customer value better than competitors is the key, in my opinion. And that is what my takeaway from the second theme, right? And with this, I'd like to finish, and thank you very much. And hand it over to Shani.
Wonderful to listen to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of the valedictory session. We have with us Professor Mohanlal Agarwal, President of Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. He is the recipient of the UAE Golden Visa for Research Excellence. I invite you, sir, for enlightening us with your thought-provoking knowledge. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really, one of the things that I will always carry in today's summit is the fantastic, I would say, hosting by the students of this wonderful Jaipuria Institute. Each and everyone is just more marvelous than the other. And at some point of time, the words run out to say what to say in praise of you, in praise of your preparation, and in praise of your delivery, with the kind of speed, thoughtfulness that you're saying. And each and every word oozes with sincerity and deep admiration, which obviously pleases us the most, because that's the thing, that we all speakers and all, they look for. How do we handle this topic of discontinuities in marketing? First of all, we are very grateful that certain negative words now have lost their negativity and they have gone now into the positive realm. And one of them is discontinuity. It was a negative word, as if that something has been broken, and discontinuity was never liked. Everybody liked continuity. If you remember that even the ministers and others, when they seek for the second term or third term, they always use the term continuity. They never said that we would like to start now the second term with a discontinuity. They always say there is an unfinished agenda. Discontinuity shows that we have finished the old agenda, or at least that old agenda is no longer relevant and we need a new agenda. And that's how I think this wonderful thing has become. The second is, which Professor Naik has very regularly and I would say meaningfully used today in several contexts, and that is disruption. Now, disruption was also a negative word, and this particular word also now has become a beautiful word. They say that some of the speakers and people whose profile I see, they write a disruptive leader. I mean, it is almost like somebody may say that I am a terrorist leader and you are taking it like in a positive sense, if you know what I mean, So for me, this disruption again has become the need of today, and that is how it has become a positive word. So I really admire that the circle with which we began of negativity now has acquired a new aura of positivity. That's why this disruption and this. The third is a demanding. Now, even the demanding customer was seen as a euphemism of a troublesome customer. A customer who's creating problems. So we will always say demanding customer. It's almost like coining new words for describing somebody's old habits. But even today, demanding customer also has become a positive word, a positive thing. And each and every company actually is saying, please make demands on us. Please tell us something that we would like to see. So this is one takeaway from this marketing summit, that words are not having the meaning they had once. Words are not having the kind of notoriety that they had once in the change context. In the change context, disruptive is good. In the change context, discontinuity is good. In the change context, demanding customer is good for us. So how do we handle this particular thing in the digital era? There are many ways in which we can handle it. Let me give here the analogy of thermodynamics. Even though I'm not a person of science, but because I have never, studied science, I have all along been a commerce student. So anything, in my family, when they show science, I just keep quiet, like Tilottama, that don't open your mouth, otherwise you will be considered a fool if you answer anything. So I just nod my head and just enjoy the conversation. But this particular analogy, I hope makes sense. If you do an experiment in the case of thermodynamics, which is all about science of energy and transference here or there, sometimes these particular things are also take an analogy of what I call an ice in the hot water. ice in the hot water. It is a kind of, a contradictory, that how can you put ice into the hot water, or hot water and ice, how can they stay together? Here's the thing. In thermodynamics, when an ice cube, very cold ice cube, is immersed into the cold water, hot water, then this particular cube also becomes to some extent hot, starts melting, and thereafter it just immerses with the hot water that you have, but the area around the cube also gets hot to that particular thing. Do this experiment, which you will see. In other words, this entire body of water will not become hot, but that particular type where it is made, that also has the effect of the ice cube. Technologies are also like that. They are ice cubes into the hot water. Our hot water is our market, and this ice cube is the innovations, the technological breakthroughs, the technologies that are coming. For instance, let's take an example of this metaverse. Now, this metaverse is nothing but an integration of artificial reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality, in which we do not know whether we are talking to a real person or real person is talking to us, or in many ways they are almost, like companions or friends of either the divorced husbands or the dejected people at home who are talking to these people through Google and all those where they ask questions, she answers, and then you say something, she says something, that kind of thing, conversation is going on. So to my mind, this metaverse itself is like a cube, ice cube into the hot water. It will definitely become a part of the hot water, but it will also make its changes. So it will not go without the impact, and such ice cubes will keep coming. So it is not the first time an ice cube has come or will not come, like IoT, Internet of Things, all those things were nothing but ice cubes into the hot water. And they emerge, immerse, and then they make changes. Let's take this example of metaverse a little bit. One of the biggest things that has been an impact of this is that the Facebook has become a metaverse, meta organization. It has now renamed itself, rebranded itself. For the last 6 months, there is no Facebook company, only the metaverse. Other thing is, unfortunately, this particular company has lost a lot of value in the market in the last, I would say, more than 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And as a result, all of us are poorer because we have money with them or invested money. But the fact is that people are worried that how this company is handling this ice cube or various ice cubes into this. So again, it's going with the same idea of thermodynamics. Now, in this particular thing, one thing in which I'm sure will be a kind of, music to the ears of my good friend, Dr. Nayak, and that will be, the invisible commerce. The invisible economics will also start happening, like selling things during the games that the people are playing as a result of metaverse. Second Life, so many other technologies now are using it, and in between they are selling things. So I'm sure the economist that our Dr. Tapan Naik is, he will also need to talk about this particular thing at some point, that how this economics also can handle the invisible economics. We had heard invisible hand, but we had not seen invisible economics. So this will be another part that we will like.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So therefore, what I would like to say to all of you now, please move from the action, from the thought chain to the action chain. You have received the thoughts from wonderful speakers, everywhere from the world, different time zones. Your own chairman was absolutely awesome today when he talked about the various technologies shaping marketing and everything. So what should be the action agenda? Action agenda to me should not be just at your end, but also it should be at Jaipuria thing also. Number one, I strongly feel that there should be now a new elective on technology and marketing, or technologies and marketing, emerging technologies and marketing. All those things which we have seen, consumer behavior or advanced consumer behavior or marketing research. I'm not saying they are not required, they are required, but probably they can be merged, remerged, restructured so that they create space for new knowledge. They create a space for so like courses like CRM, courses like technologies in branding or in advertising. All of them, that should be number one action point in my opinion. Second thing in my opinion is, even though we have moved from or somewhere more, somewhere less, from virtual or online classes to physical, it is my very strong suggestion that it shouldn't be thrown all together. At least it should be blended. And blended means that, let's say there are 20 sessions, you continue 15 sessions or physical, but keep 1/3 for online experience also, because that has got some great value. And we do not know what will be the next time we will have to go back to this thing. So whatever we have learned, let us not throw away just because things have become better, or at least government thinks that it is better. So this is the second thing institutionally, which I would like to say. The third I would like to say here is that no course should be given to a single faculty. It should be team taught. This team could be of internal faculty members, or this also be internal and external faculty members. Reason being that we want to give you the best, and it is important that there are 2 faculty members for a course rather than 1. And I'm talking about all courses. I'm not referring to just one course of mine or Dr. Amin or anybody's. I'm saying please keep 2 instructors, because number 1, instructors can also add value, and number 2, well, it brings fresh breath of thinking to others also, and you can handle that. On your level, at the level of the students, what is the action agenda I would like to suggest? For me, I think please do not just, even if you get a placement quickly, my wonderful compliments to you. But if you do not, for any reason, because it is not fitting your requirements, fitting your dreams, or one should never accept a job which is a misfit. It's better to look for or keep looking rather than taking this particular. In my opinion, that when you are in the search of a job because of your family situation or family pressure or peer pressure, I mean, first of all, the second thing can be handled, but third thing should be immediately handled. Peer pressure is the worst thing that can happen to you. Do what you want to do. So in that particular time, when you are searching or looking for the fit between you and your job, please do 2 things. Number 1, please do some social internship. Social internship would mean here that go to the people, develop your empathy. The EPS model which I was talking about of marketing. Develop some empathy, develop some very, very good work ethics of meeting people. Go to the hospital. I'm sure many people will like voluntary things. And in fact, I am not one of the bigger votaries.
We do have.
And if you do have, please do that. It will be.
We do have, and fortunately, these students have already gone through wonderful 2-week social intensive program. Absolutely, because this was the thing which I had started in 2006 when I was the director of JP's business school, first time in India when I started this social internship, where Kiran Bedi and others, they became a part of that thing. So that is one. And second thing which I would like to say, that please start some startup also. Startup is not a bad idea. Even though you are looking for job, that doesn't mean that you cannot develop your own business model and go for it, because this is the time of startups in India. Maybe you know this, maybe you don't know that 2021, India saw 51 unicorns. Unicorns are like those which are billionaire or going into the billionaire thing. And it is almost 100% more than in the previous year. And will you believe it, that almost 38 are waiting
in the wings. You know, those people who are called sometimes gazelle, you know, those who will become the unicorn in the next 2 years, or cheetah, who will become in the next 4 years the billionaires, or this unicorn. All those things are there. It is my very, very humble suggestion. Please at least give it a try. It will make you a better manager, not just better entrepreneur, but better manager. So this is the thing that I would like to say in my humble, you know, opportunity that I have received thanks to Jaipuria in this valediction. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Coupled with an impressive background and being associated with several prestigious organizations, it is definitely not surprising to even say that Mr. Nitin Sharma stands strong on the pedestal of success. Mr. Sharma has had a dynamic career in the field of marketing. He has managed to conquer each position that he has landed in and worked as a catalyst to propel the respective organization forward. He has lent his expertise in the leading platform such as Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, IMS Health, and now at BD. Mr. Sharma is a beautiful culmination of multifaceted experience in carving business strategies, business development, marketing, and people management. I feel myself highly obliged on the behalf of the entire Jaipuria School of Business family to invite you, sir, on this magnetic platform of our International Marketing Conclave. We request you to kindly share your knowledge and wisdom with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shiny. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to Mr. Nitin, who have been interacting with me very closely over the past, I think, a couple of weeks. And also, I feel proud that I am representing a sector. I'll talk about the sector with which we get the interface when we don't have even the conscious, right? So healthcare is the sector which helps us land on the planet called Earth. And obviously, the exit is also through that. So over the next 10 minutes, I would like to show you a glimpse of how healthcare sector have embraced the digital way of marketing. Picking up the string from Dr. Tapan's address, where he chronologically walked us through the evolution of various digital and social media platforms which existed over 2 decades, and I was overwhelmed to hear the chronology, the way he was mentioning with the launch of LinkedIn until Instagram and on the likes of it, right? And every sector actually have leveraged this digital transformation like anything. However, healthcare as a sector has been an exception to this. And when I say that, it is it's a fact which is being existing in the. It's not something new which I'm unfolding. We have been laggards. The healthcare sector have been laggards in adopting the digital ways of marketing, and primarily because of few reasons which are beyond the marketers or the healthcare sector's per se control. And that being is primarily that the sector is a highly regulated sector, right? So there is a influencer in between. You can't promote a drug or a device which is to be implanted into a patient or to be consumed by a normal person or a patient directly to him. A doctor is the medium of that, right? Hence that regulation actually, I would say, becomes one of the roadblocks of the healthcare sector directly reaching out to the patient. But nonetheless, the route it's not that completely being ignored. Healthcare sector has also been trying various ways and means through patient education, disease awareness, creating the influx of the patients, increasing patient footfalls where they can come, or creating those kind of platforms where the patients and doctors can group together and discuss about the developments and concerns about various diseases. To name a few, like I'm sure all of you must have seen cervical cancer vaccination awareness program run by Pfizer's and Sanofi's of the world, thyroid awareness campaigns when thyroid was there, asthma, again, Amitabh Bachchan was the brand ambassador for Asthaline for so long, where the disease awareness was created. So, and those were the mediums, the way it has evolved. However, as they say, necessity is the mother of all inventions, and obviously clubbed with the external environmental factors and the evolving target audience, which actually is now more palatable and more adaptive to the current ways of marketing, specifically from the digital standpoint, has been the catalyst in accelerating these adoptions. Like we always, it's a cliche, but we always had sun over us, right? Since millions of years. But the need, necessity, and urgency of harnessing solar power, solar energy, has now gained that kind of a acceptance and traction, because today we feel that there's going to be a dearth of energy, and we go on to harness the reusable and natural resources of energy. So likewise, past 2 years actually of this pandemic have accelerated the adoption of overall digital medium as marketing for within the digital sector. And just to give you a sense of a little bit of numbers, approximately 88% people looking online for their health information currently actually has the influence on the prescribing behavior also of the healthcare practitioner or to whomsoever they are consulting. So much so that we have seen in our experience that a learned patient who Googles or studies himself before even he lands up into the chamber of a doctor, he or she goes with well awareness of his disease, asks those targeted very right questions, and many a times he is even influenced the brand choice of a doctor. He reads those brands, that this is a brand which comes from a reputed organization, from a MNC or on the likes, and he makes the doctor prescribe that. So that much awareness is coming up, and it's not new, have been there, but again, I would say not very proactively curated, but it's more of proactive approach from the patient standpoint. However, owing to the pandemic, the overall sector has witnessed a few very specific ways of digital marketing which have seen gaining acceptance over the last especially 2 years, and I'll not touch upon all, but the top 4 or 5 of those where because the situation was healthcare professionals or the hospitals, the care providers, the pharma organizations are the ones whose work doesn't get done until unless they meet or see the healthcare setting, right? And the situation was like lockdown, sit at home. Now, how do you reach? How do you approach? How do you promote your brands? How do you keep that traction, which is required for the engine to be running, right? So in that situation, obviously a few of the existing stuff which gain traction, and few completely new ones which India, specifically from India standpoint, has never embraced upon. I'll touch upon a few. So a few you might have already heard, few might be completely new. SEO, as we all know, social engine optimization is again one of the techniques which have been existing in the digital space, leveraged very, very effectively by all the sectors, FMCG, apparels, and whatnot. However, SEO as well as the overall approach through SEO is one of the most smartest digital way or digital tactic to connect with your patients, with your end users, and the effective means is through websites, which ultimately leads to the lead generation. And then the connect also goes hand in hand. So SEO is something which we saw that got leveraged by the industry like anything. And again, just to attach a number to it, 70% of health related searches, in 70% of the search related health related searches, the first page which pops up actually influences the patients or the healthcare seekers decision. So which is again talks about itself that yes, that has led to a lot of influence on the patients or the end consumer's mind. PPC, again, PPC is something which as a new concept came into healthcare and gained traction over the last 2 years. So pay-per-click has also seen very effective, is also seen as a very effective tool to garner quality and relevant traffic towards your company or brand, specifically when it comes to B2B marketing or more than the B2C marketing, because there the gestation period as well as the overall life cycle is very, very different. And there is a data published which says that almost 7 million plus healthcare advertisers have invested around $10.1 billion in PPC mode of advertisement. And with a whooping ROI, if you look at the ROI also, the ROI of per click is the spend against $3 spent, it generates an ROI of almost $1.6. So which again talks about that, yes, it is a very, very effective means of taking your messaging, taking your brands to the end consumer. Coming on to the next is social media marketing. We all know, we all heard about it. However, again, as I said, that social media marketing, because of its own constraint, have been limited entrenchment or inroads into the healthcare space. This has also seen a boom in the healthcare industry, owing to the fact that it provides a great way to connect with your patients. You might have experienced, most of us might have experienced, Government of India have developed a Facebook Messenger chatbot during this pandemic times that effectively answers the queries of patients or their relatives and directs the citizens to the right resources by counterfeiting any kind of misinformation or misleading facts which may lead to not usage of the right information. Again, coming on content marketing through blogs, through infographics, videos. So that has also gained a lot of traction. As high as 83% of healthcare organizations currently, which was less than 50% just 2 years ago. Just see the jump. It was less than 50%. Currently, it stands at around 83% of the healthcare organizations are leveraging the content marketing just to reach out to their target audiences. Last two, which are again the age-old mobile-based marketing, which is very, very specific app-based or location-based marketing has been there, and since mobile phones have the highest reach, so that continues to remain the mainstay when it comes to the traditional ways of healthcare marketing in the digital space. And email marketing. Email marketing is again something which is leveraged by the healthcare marketing teams a lot, as high as around 74% of digital healthcare marketers feel that yes, this is one of the most effective way to connect with your right audience, because he's already one of your consumer and helps companies to build the brand. To sum it up, the way I look at it, I do not call it disruption. I heard very different views about disruption, and very interesting ones as well. So thanks again for inviting me here. But if you ask me, I call it eruption of marketing, right? Eruption of marketing, specifically in the healthcare industry, as if somebody has triggered or activated a dormant volcano. Right? So those things were already existing. They're never leveraged to the extent they are now. Hence, it is more of eruption of marketing, eruption of a new marketing era with regards to the healthcare sector. And this evolution of digital marketing was always on cards. COVID has just accelerated the overall adoption of it to tell that industry that high time, healthcare guys, you are not aloof, right? You better need to adopt this. And more so, if you see currently our workforce and the future consumption group is more from millennials and Gen Z, right? Which understands this language, which resonates it with them the most. So I think going forward, I would say for healthcare industry, digital marketing per se is, I would not even call it as a very nascent state. It's a test and trial phase. So it has a huge future, and there is a lot of leap still needs to be made in adopting healthcare, digital marketing in the healthcare space. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now I invite Professor Tapan Kumar Nayak, Director, Jaipuria School of Business. He is an avid reader, researcher, and an academician in the field of economics, who is also having an experience of more than 19 years of teaching and research in the same. We welcome you, sir. Kindly grace us with your encouraging words.
Yeah, thank you, Shiny, once again. You know, for me, I mean, this day was, full of learning. I should call this day as a learning day for me. I do not know about others, but for me personally, I believe that I have taken away a lot of things from the deliberation since morning. And this is a very tricky and difficult task for me to conclude, to have the concluding remarks at the end of this fabulous international marketing conclave. Though of course I should thank Professor Amin, who has helped me a lot. He has almost summarized the whole conclave today. He has made my task easier. But let me tell you, Saini, that I have also prepared a lot. I was listening to each and every one. In fact, I have written down, you can see the whole paper I have written down to give a concluding remarks, to be very serious. I mean, on a lighter note, I thought that, Dr. Nitin has taken a revenge on me, that to conclude the whole session. Okay, fine, joke apart, starting from the beginning, we had 4 different sessions, in fact. Okay, in the initial, we had a fabulous inaugural session, which was chaired by the chairman, Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions, Mr. Sisir Jaipuria sir, who has candidly, discussed, candidly put forward its point of view, that according to him, that disruptions are happening in every sphere, almost in every sphere, but in marketing particularly, which is the theme of this conclave today. Then we had 2 eminent speakers from different time zones, one from Australia and another from Singapore, starting from Mr. Satya, the keynote speaker, the Vice President of Citi, Australia. He has stressed how marketing evolved from days of Philip Butler's 4 P's, product, price, place, promotion, to, omni-channel days of marketing. And he also had highlighted that how, the digital and digital transformation, that consumer fast culture, customer fast culture. And he has also highlighted how to move from change to transformation. He has very beautifully portrayed that the difference between the change and the transformation by giving, very pertinent examples. And then moving to Miss Nadia, the chief guest of our conclave today, Miss Nadia from, Nestle Singapore. She has highlighted on the, key pillars on our roadmap, starting from data-driven product innovation to, digitalized omni-channel marketing systems. He has also emphasized on how consumer behavior is changing very fast in the digital and omni-channel environment. Okay, and so it's fabulously being, trapped in this particular marketing conclave today, and how quickly disruptions are happening almost in every sphere, almost in every environment. But Dr. Nitin has found it very pertinent today to tap it into the marketing domain. Okay, now moving to the first panel discussion, we had 4 eminent speakers on table, Mr. Sudhir Dutsi from UL, and Mr. Patel from Morgan Franklin, Washington, US, then Dr. Das from IIM Lucknow, and Dr. Rishi from CSA Academy, Government of India. Mr. Dutsi had shared his idea on moments of truth, which I like the most. The moments of truth on digital transformation, followed by Mr. Patel, whom I know, and we embrace each other. So most of the times, Mr. Patel has stressed how technology has taken the center stage in marketing and strategy. Of course, he is practicing it into the banking sectors and to the financial sectors though. Then coming to Dr. Das, Dr. Satya Das, who is very beautifully stressed on challenges being faced by, around 40 to 80% of the people in the digital age, though we go with a lot many innovations and revolutions in this field, but still in the rural areas, if you go, that there are 40 to 80% people who are trying to struggling to get the maximum benefit out of the digital disruption, though I should call it digital eruption. Okay, thankfully being mentioned by Mr. Nitin, I'll come to it at the end. Okay, then my sincere thanks goes to Dr. Rishi, who has very efficiently and effectively moderated the whole session. Okay, coordinated and moderated the whole discussion, panel discussion by putting questions very, very relevant questions to all the eminent personalities on board. Now moving to the second panel discussion of today, which was around the holistic marketing in the digital era, where we had Professor Kohler, who has stressed on how internal and societal social marketing are adding values to the holistic marketing process, followed by Professor Agrawal, who has highlighted, of course, he has talked about many things, but one key point which I have taken from him is the EPS, the earning per share, which he has highlighted. That is the wonderful, key value additions to the entire content today. Thank you so much, Professor Agrawal, for putting this forward. Then Mr. Faizan, my very dear own friend, my student, who has very candidly highlighted the multiple digital platforms, and most important, he has highlighted that in every sphere, whether it is media, whether it's marketing, whether it's finance, banking, or any other field, trust is the most important factor. We should keep it with us, which is going to take us, irrespective of the situation, though we are digitally evolving, erupting, or whatever it is. If there is no trust, I think these technological enablers are not going to help us. Okay. Then we had Mr. Vinay, who has, he has candidly put forward his point of view on how marketing intervention is changing, how marketing revolution is changing, specifically to the media industries, which is highlighted. And at the end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Nitin, who has beautifully portrayed, how the healthcare sector has embraced digital transformation, digital revolution. And I'm thankful to him that he has given a new terminology. Since morning, we were discussing about the digital disruptions, marketing disruptions, but thankfully he has given a new name that it should be, interchangeably used as the digital eruption. I really like the term you used, Mr. Nitin, and thank you so much for being with us today in this market. And I do take this opportunity, because I never leave any opportunity whenever it comes to me. I do take this opportunity to thank each one of you, especially to my two dear students. I call them the young managers of Jaipuria School of Business. Saini and Ayushi have done a fantastic, fabulous job today. Thank you so much, and keep rising, keep increasing your horizon. Okay. Now I believe Dr. Nitin is there to thank officially to everyone, but my sincere appreciation to each one of you, those who are directly and indirectly being associated with this.
Thank you, sir, for summarizing the entire learnings from the conclave. Now, I would like to request Director Sir for presenting the token of gratitude to our guest of honor.
Please go ahead.
Professor Mohan Lal Agarwal, President of Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, Dubai. Mr. Nitin Sharma, Marketing Leader, India and South Asia, BD Medical Pharma Systems.
Thank you, Nitinji. This is for you.
We have with us Dr. Nitin Kumar Saxena, Associate Professor, Marketing at Jaipuria School of Business, who is a teacher by instinct, researcher by training, and a trainer by experience. He has 17 years of experience in companies like Vodafone, Reliance Communications, Idea Cellular, and HCL. He has done his PhD in brand management and has received Best PhD Thesis Award at 15th International Conference organized by PIMR Indore in collaboration with Northeastern Federal University, Russia, Synergy University, Mexico, and Mississippi University, USA. He has also been awarded as the Best Professor in Marketing Analytics during ICBM AMP Academics Excellence Award, Hyderabad. Dr. Saxena is a certified case teaching professional by IIM Ahmedabad and Harvard Business Publishing. I request Dr. Saxena to propose the vote of thanks to our guest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shaini, for this wonderful introduction. Dear Mr. Nitin Sharma, a guest of honor for the valedictory session, Professor Mohanlal Agarwal, President, Indo-Gulf Marketing Association, respected Director Sir, Dr. Tapan Kumar Nayak, Professor U.M. Amin, people from Marketing Lobby, reverend academicians, my faculty colleagues, and young future leaders. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. In my capacity as the conclave convener, I, on behalf of entire Jaipuria School of Business family, extend my hearty thanks to all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights today with us. A big thank you to Mr. Nitin Sharma for sparing his valuable time and sharing his experience and knowledge with us. Your concept, eruption of new marketing era, is something which we will take it forward for our future research and discussions. We are also grateful to Professor Mohanlal Agarwal for his constant efforts and collaboration in making this event successful. I express my sincere thanks to our Director Sir, Dr. Tapan Kumar Nayak, for his support, motivation, guidance in conceptualizing the event and delivering the same. Thank you, sir, for trusting us and getting best out of us. I also thank you, Professor U.M. Amin, for your presence and words of wisdom. And I remember your words that this type of sessions are the spiritual meetings of us with knowledge and wisdom. Further, I extend my hearty thanks to Ms. Khushbu for her constant support and coordination. I would also like to take this opportunity to place on record a hearty thanks to the faculty members, staff members, and the entire students of our Jaipuria School of Business, and to Shanti ji, Mukul ji, and the entire IT support team. And last but not the least, the future aspiring managers, Ayushi Kansal and Shaini Goyal, for successfully comparing the entire event. So once again, thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear audience, like all good things come to an end, it is the time to bid adieu to our International Marketing Conclave 2022. However, we assure you that this is not the end, but a new beginning towards the disruptive marketing era. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.